Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every is in a position of responsibility. With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here, it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us.
All right, so this is Amy Klobuchar giving the opening statement remark. By the way, if you're joining us and watching this on the CRUSADE Radio Network YouTube feed, apparently the news networks and the cable news networks have reached some kind of an accord with Google and ABC, which owns YouTube, to not allow anything or anyone to rebroadcast any of the video feeds, when in fact this is a publicly available feed. So anyone that has access to it should be able to broadcast it or rebroadcast it. But they keep flagging us for copyright material. You can't copyright a swearing-in ceremony.
Persevere through time is the
Just thought I'd drop that
measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence.
We don't have a democracy. We have
nation
a representative
through change.
republic. Or we're supposed to
allows
have a
nations
representative republic.
like our United States, both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several
So
years
again, if you can't see this because you're watching it or listening to it on radio, this lady is, I believe, the House curator of some sort. To her right is Trump and Vance. To her left is Biden and Harris. Behind them are the respective families and cabinet members and secretaries and what have you here. And they are at a podium that has the presidential seal on it, or she is at a podium that has the presidential seal on it. As we cover live here, the inauguration of President Donald John Trump as POTUS number 47, 60th inauguration ceremony.
Their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering
Archbishop
General
Dolan
George
signed
Washington
himself.
on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was
And now
pretty dark.
the voice of Franklin
But
Graham.
look what
There's
God has done.
Archbishop Dolan shaking the hands of Trump
We
and
praise him and give him glory.
J.D. Vance.
Let us pray. Our Father and our
J.D.
God,
Vance
thou hast
just
said,
signed himself.
blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump, that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel and Michael, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United
against
States
all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
That's me whooping.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
By the way, we are now relaying President Trump's feed from @RealDonaldTrump at x.com to try and thwart the YouTube censors. They have the stream from the television networks
bugged. Repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
And there you have it. Woo! And now they're doing the 21-gun salute outside. So Trump is sworn in now. He is the president. We can see the. I have Richard Barrett with me on StreamYard. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Church. Good afternoon to everybody in the Crusade Radio Land audience on a new day that is taking place here. New dawn in America, new time, whatever you want to use, whatever colloquialism that you want to throw in there. Now let's get to the deportations. Let's just unleash everybody and just get this done.
I was
the battle hymn is playing, Mike. I want a montage of this the battle hymn playing, and I want just tier 1 operators throughout the United States right now going after cartel members, going after the criminal alien trespassers. I want it all. And I want it done swiftly, and I want it done without vengeance, without compromise.
Well, did you hear it's not a rumor now, it's what they're going to do at the Capital One Center. They're actually he's going to sign executive orders. He's going to send the National Guard to the border. The deportation orders are going to be signed. By the way, before we go any further, for those of you that don't know that are watching this on YouTube, this is Richard Barrett, the armed Catholic, who's taking time out of his busy day. You're probably getting ready for Snowmageddon 2.0.
We take the exact same approach you guys take over there in Louisiana. I got plenty of food. I got plenty of firewood since I got a fireplace, and the only time I have to deal with is when I got to take the dog out. Well, outside of that, for me, it's no worries.
Well, we have the same situation here. The only thing that we have to deal with is dealing with Buckshot's bowel movements. So, which he doesn't want to go outside when it's cold. He's like, you bring him to the door, and he goes, Yeah, no, can't you lay some paper down in the kitchen and let me do it? All right.
Negotiations begin.
You just published this in the chat room. For those of you just joining us here on the Crusade Radio Network and the Mike Church Show, apparently while he was driving to the Capitol, his staffers had the pardon for James Biden, the niece. There were 5 Bidens on there. Have now
Valerie
been
Biden, John T. Owens, Francis W. Biden, James B. Biden, and Sarah Jones, sir.
So the Biden clan has now been preemptively pardoned. They have not been charged with any crime. I said this earlier. I think SCOTUS would nuke this. I think any accord is going to nuke this, and they're going to say that you cannot extend the presidential power after January noon on January the 20th, the last year of your term. That power does not have any force today, whatever month or year it is that an indictment or grand jury comes down. So I don't see how this survives. I think this is purely symbolic. And this is to just warn that, hey, these guys didn't do anything wrong. It's almost as though Biden is saying, they were just obeying me. Just blame me or take it out on me. Certainly a very unscrupulous way to leave executive power, Richard, and to go softly into that good night by pardoning people that have been charged with no crime, but who are definitely responsible for ruining millions upon millions, if not tens of millions. Maybe in 1 or 2 instances, there are hundreds of millions. In the case of Fauci, hundreds of millions of people's lives, and they just get to walk away. And they get what they get a little White House medal and a pen and a box of Fig Newtons. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, the final days of the regime of Joe Biden, which, I know you played, and it's now that it's okay to jump on Joe Biden because he is the lamest of ducks. He's probably already on Marine One. I put that picture in the chat room. They had it pre-positioned behind the Capitol. They were like, "All right, Joe, get in the thing, and we'll fly you wherever you want to go.
Do your dealing, get out."
Yeah, that's it. You're here. He's probably gone, but it doesn't surprise me that these final days, and as I'm trying to get Mike Johnson came out, he's like, a year ago, of course, you knew about it. I talked about it. Nobody outside of Jill Biden. She's been running that White House since day one. Her and her little, coven of witches have been running the entire thing. And it doesn't surprise me towards the end that they would just try to pre-blanket all of it. And Fauci pre-blank, because he played his role in 2020.
Yep.
These pre-pardons are essentially, your last thank you for the coup of 2020. That's what these are. Fauci played his part in undermining Trump and telling everybody that it all need to be done. All these other people that have been pre-pardoned have done their jobs as well. So this is their last thank you, essentially, on the way out.
Well,
So
there you go.
that's-
You hear buckshot, so you
He agrees, apparently.
He does agree. He was barking out his approval here. There are so many things that I look forward to President Trump doing today, the least of which is those executive orders, which we will do our best to try and broadcast it. I want to talk about this for just a moment because I think that this is something that shouldn't happen, but it did. And that is apparently in collusion with the major news networks. The video feed that was coming from the Capitol was bugged. It had some kind of a subsonic, inaudible tone or code in it, because I had 4 people messaging me while we were on going like, dude, is YouTube unauthorizing your stream? And I'm going like, yeah, so it was happening to everyone. It didn't matter where you were getting your stream. If you were getting it from inside the Capitol, we even put Trump's up. From Trump's X.com feed. You would think that the president would have some propriety over his own feed. No one claimed copyright anywhere. This just really pisses me off because you know what this is? This is the big networks being protected from little upstarts like us. Oh, is Trump? Richard Trump is talking now. Let's see if we can drop.
He will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it. than any country anywhere.
By the way, Biden and Harris are sitting right behind Trump watching this and squirming in their seats if you're listening to this on radio.
Our country, despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
There's some MAGA bros up in the gallery there.
Election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Dude, how do you make a statement like that and not live up to it? Welcoming all of you watching the inauguration of President Trump. He's giving his acceptance speech here, and it is an epic one. By the way, the perpetrators of everything he's talking about are in the room. They're all in the room.
Of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
All right, Richard, you're getting your wish. Here it comes.
Release the operators.
The MAGA people in the room are standing. J.D. Vance is standing. Melania is standing. Usha is standing. And they cut to a shot of the Capital One Arena. They're standing.
Will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
This is going to happen, folks. Oh, it is so
Under the orders
glorious.
I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Yes! Who has been floating this idea? Declare them enemy combatants, letters of marque and reprisal, bounties. Now the special ops can take them out. Oh, folks!
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798,
called it,
I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
Richard and I will talk about this when Trump is finished, but I asked him to do this.
I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do.
As you should.
We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
If you can't see this, Biden is just sitting there, just staring at the floor, basically. It's awesome. It is so epic.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
Folks, you are watching and listening to history, an incredible history in the making, live here on the Crusade Radio Network.
To buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Yeah, do it.
For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
The vicious rumor that they kicked Vivek out and that Doge was on the rocks and was going to crash and burn was just that.
Years and years of illegal and unconstitutional
Shame on you, Alex Jones.
federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
Is this a dream? Am I dreaming?
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
There you go.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
That's for my buddy Dan and John.
What's that, Richard?
My buddy Dan, you interviewed him. Dan, you
Yes.
Marine, he got kicked out for that. And my buddy John Franklin.
Radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be free to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
By the way, for those of you that are watching this or listening to this, you can't see. This man is not smirking or cracking jokes here. He is looking matter-of-fact, stern, and resolute.
Ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
That one's getting a standing ovation. Well, from the sane people in the room, it is.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
It's happening, folks. It is freaking happening. We are so back.
Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
Wow! Now do Fort Bragg.
Man, can we get rid of Cavazos too? Just call it Fort Hood.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
There you go, Richard. Taking back the Panama Canal.
I'm not big on expansionism, but that one I'm okay with.
That's just smart. It's practical. Besides, we paid for it.
Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
We pledge to do these things and these other things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. They ought to give a time limit and go Kennedy. Look at Elon back there smiling and grinning from ear to ear.
Ambition
I love
is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you.
This is going down in the record books.
Thank you.
Right down in the record books.
In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, as inaugural speeches go, there's not very many that are very memorable. This one will be memorable. Welcoming all of you that are watching or listening wherever you may find yourself watching or listening anywhere out there here on the Crusade Radio Network. We are here live and we'll be here all day. Can you imagine the howls from the leftards who are watching all this unfold right in front of their eyes? It was glorious to see Biden
Performing America the Beautiful.
staring at the floor, Richard, and Harris kind of sitting next to him going like, checking her watch, going like, dude, is it time? Can I get the F out of here?
Yeah, these people can't get out of here fast enough.
I got
They
boxed
can't get out of
wine
DC
somewhere
fast
waiting for me. Get me out of here. A couple of standout, I think, moments here from this. I've been calling for this since Biden took office in February or March of 2021. And that is when the cartels move in, there's one thing that cartels understand. Well, there's two things. They understand money and they understand violence. What he basically did today, or said he's going to do, and I assume he's going to sign those executive orders, is he said he's going to use the Alien and Sedition Acts. Fine. He said he was going to designate them as enemy combatants. Exactly what your humble host said. You want a constitutional solution to this? Let me give it to you. The cartel should be designated as enemy combatants, and then you can invoke, after that, you can invoke the letters of marque and reprisal code as commander-in-chief. Then that gives him authority because they are now enemies of the United States. By the way, all it takes is one Sinaloa or Quora or whatever the five cartels. One cartel member in any city in the United States that's claiming sanctuary is enough for the commander-in-chief to use military powers to go get him. I want everyone to understand what he just did here. This is basically going to serve notice here. Hey, dumbass, in whatever city in the United States. Let's just use Boston. Hey, Michelle Wee, if you think you're going to stand in the way of legal law enforcement, we've already identified a couple of 100 cartel members that live in your city. I am going to invoke the Alien and Sedition Acts, and not only am I going to get rid of them, I'm going to come after you. Remember, in 1799 and in 1800, the Adams administration wanted to use the Alien and Sedition Acts because they had passed them. There were a couple of people that were rounded up and were arrested. Now, I happen to think that the Alien and Sedition Acts, that the sedition part of it and the alien part of it are very constitutionally dubious, but no court ever revoked them. The Supreme Court never weighed in on this, and they never said that Congress did not have the authority. Jefferson and Madison said that they did not, which is why you get the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions on nullification and what have you here. But the court never did, and they never got at the court here. The sedition part of the act was used against at least one newspaper publisher. It was James Callender, who published a newspaper in Virginia. And ultimately, he basically began retracting some of the things that he was writing about the Adams administration, and then his newspaper went out of business. I don't think that he's going to use that part of it, but he could. That's the sedition part of it, because the sedition would only apply to a citizen. The alien part of it is the interesting part. The alien part says that if it's determined that there was an enemy combatant, then the president, the commander-in-chief, and the armed forces can remove them from the United States. That's what's just happened. When that executive order was signed this afternoon, there won't be any of this sanctuary city, sanctuary state crap, because Tom Homan is going to have full force of the law to go like, not only are you in violation of U.S. Code Section 1814, III section subsection C, not only or 814 rather, not only are you in violation of that, now you're in violation of the Alien and Sedition Acts. You don't want to be on the wrong side of that. I think that is probably one of the most significant things that he said he was going to do. If you don't think the cartels are a problem, Richard, you had family in Houston. Do you still have family? Elizabeth's family in Houston?
Yep.
Well, Cleveland,
Yeah,
Texas, the outskirts of Texas, the cartels own entire neighborhoods, small towns. They own them. They're
Don't
taking
forget
them over.
about Colorado. Don't forget about Aurora, Colorado. There was never a solution to that gang activity that was taking place there. All you had was the mayor saying, "Oh no, we're working on it," and then it kind of was just buried by the media. So we still have that outstanding in El Paso. There was reports about gang members taking over parts of a hotel on the border. So they're the thing is, once they're like cockroaches. When you see one, the other problem is there's 50 behind the wall that you don't know are there. That's the big problem with the cartels, with their routes that they've dug in. They've had 4 years to entrench these routes as well. That's why you need to kind of, for lack of a better term, you need to go shock and awe on them to prove a point.
The last season of Jack Ryan just basically happened. Jack Ryan was under basically a letter of marque and reprisal. Jack Ryan and that team of special ops guys were basically tasked with finding out, confirming what they knew about the location of the cartel, and then ultimately finding out where the boss was, and then taking they took the freaking boss out, blew up the warehouses, and took out the now obviously this is fiction, but this is kind of how it would work. This now brings special ops will now have presidential authority, commander-in-chief authority to conduct operations in a foreign country, and that is Mexico. And I fully expect that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think everybody's reciting the first 10 minutes of Landman when Billy Bob, he's got the hat on. He's like, you have no idea what these tier 1 operators are going to do to you. And the cartel guy's like, oh, yeah, well, you die. He's like, you have no idea. They will, I can't quote it. It's one of the best speeches in TV history, in my opinion. But that's pretty much what is being recited right now in the Capitol, in the halls. These guys that are the Navy SEALs, Delta, they're all obviously highly trained, highly everything. These tier 1 guys are a step above, and not to be coarse here, but they kill for a living. They take joy in applying their craft. Let's say that they take joy, and now they're pretty much getting a blank check to apply their craft. And they've probably been sitting on the sidelines for 4 years watching all of this happen with their hands tied, and now being able to go ahead and do the things that they've been trained with millions of dollars to do. Go get it. And so it's going to be in all it takes really is just one surprise. I don't want to say raid, but one surprise encounter, because the cartels, they may have an idea, but I don't think they don't understand like the full force of the United States being wedged upon them. So it'll be interesting for that much.
Well, most people are going to say that, you don't know what the cartels are capable of either. The cartels have weapons, the cartels have this, the cartels have that. Cartels don't have tier 1 operators. Now, they may have guns. They got guns, and maybe they can hire mercenaries, because that's what they're going to have to do. Do they have satellites? Do they have access to satellites? If you're serious about stopping the fentanyl trade, that's what you have to do. You got to take it out at the source. You also have to make it illegal here in the United States. I think one of the first things, or one of the things that can be done, don't know if you can do this by executive order. Maybe you can cajole certain individuals in certain states like Greg Abbott or Dan Patrick, who was the Attorney General, state of Texas. To me, another way, and I hope that this comes to fruition, and I've heard some rumors about this, the Dwayne Stovall policy. This is very simple, folks. Here's what the Stovall policy is, and he ran for Senate in Texas twice. The Stovall policy basically says, if you hire an illegal criminal trespassing alien and you pay them, you actually consummate the deal, you're in violation of Texas law. And that Texas law makes it a felony to do that, because this is where as Ross Perot would say, Richard, this is out here in rural Texas, this is where the rubber meets the road, Larry. The rubber meets the road where the illegal is being hired and paid cash because he'll do the jobs that Americans won't do. No, Americans will do them. They just won't do them for $7 an hour.
I mean, that's... I'm sorry, finish up.
No. I think that this is the whole thing about the wages. Well, they demand this and demand that. It's actually a capital sin, a mortal sin, to deny man a just wage for work done. I think that this is you have to stop this. You know, people have been talking about stopping it. Trump talked about stopping it in 2017, 2016. You have to stop this. You have to at the very least, you got to slow it down. Do you think that that's why Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, spent almost an entire day Saturday at Mar-a-Lago? He got there Friday night, stayed most of the day Saturday. He left to go to D.C. because he was in the room. Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, seems to me to be going like, okay, I don't want New York ruined. I don't want to be an enemy of the incoming administration. I can actually see that my city is kind of in ruins. My governor is an idiot. Who does he want to be with? Does he want to be on hateful Hochul, Satan's apostle side? Or does he want to be on the president of the United States side? I think Eric Adams has made his choice.
Right now, the political winds are behind Trump, and any smart politician is going to get behind that. Only the fools are going to try, and there is no resistance. I mean, they had to cobble together 7 or 8 different groups to try and appear that there's any kind of quote unquote resistance out in DC today, because they can't, it's not organic. They were not able to spring this up. There's 70% of the American population, I believe, I might be misquoting this, want some kind of deportations. He won the popular vote. He won the swing states. The wind is at his back at this point.
Yep.
And so hopefully they can clean up and you're starting to see a lot of people are leaving. And I kept trying to tell people this when they said, hey, you can't deport 10 million. I said, deport 3. Go in and show these people being deported, put them on planes. A lot of people are going to be like, hey, this ain't good for me no more. And they're going to leave. And it's not just them. It's going to be them. It's going to be the Chinese. There are reports all over Utah and Arizona about Chinese military age men, practicing long distance targeting and all these other kinds of things. Once the word is out, that'll be there. So the illegal immigration, I'm not even worried about that much, Mike, because that is a mandate by the American people with the popular vote and the swing votes and all these other kinds of things. I want to see the legal migration cut off. I want these H-1Bs cut. I want there's the student visas. I want those cut because those aren't enforced. And then somehow you go to Boston College for 4 years and 10 years later, you're still in Boston on an Inspire student visa working somewhere. These people have to go. The pushing of the American people, and when I say American people, I mean the citizens of this union, the citizens of Massachusetts, Ohio, Idaho, Texas, Louisiana, need to stop being pushed down to the bottom of the barrel, and they need to be given the priority that being a part of this union should provide. And that is not to be an economic zone for the rest of the world, and not to be the charity for the Ukraine. Janet Yellen at 5 p.m. on Friday is like, oh, you have the money. Ha ha. Yeah, it's because you sent $600 gazillion to Ukraine.
True.
Enough of that. End it. Done. Okay? No more. And so all of these things need to stop. Both the illegal and the illegal need to stop. The prioritizing of American or people of this union, the citizens of the union, needs to begin. And that's really the most important thing that happens. And so, yes, that means getting rid of the cartels. It means stopping the migration. That means overhauling the entire system of visas. That means all of these things. So that way, he did a good thing. No more 400 genders. That's great. On a 4473, it says male, female, and other. Got to get rid of that. So, And all of these things need to end, and they need to end hopefully with the 200 executive. Can we stop with every minister on the planet that we're seeing right now? Can we just get rid of that? Because nobody cares about Presbyterian non-denominational guy over here. Congratulations. You got 5 minutes. Make your speech and get out, please. Let's just get to signing. That's what people want. Nobody wants to see these people. Get to signing and get to work, because you got 18 months before midterms. You got 18 months you need to operate with a speed and efficiency never seen before, because within 18 months, the squishy Republican House members are going to scatter to the wind for their own re-elections, and you're going to lose all the momentum. So every single moment that I'm saying right now that he's wasting, listen to this minister talk and listen to that poet talk. Let them all talk. Trump, get in the back, start signing, and let's go. Nobody cares about this other stuff.
Get in the beast and get your behind to the Capital One Center and start signing. Unless this guy's going to sing Ave Maria. Hold on.
Obviously.
Nah, he's singing that. Okay, Mike Church here with you with Richard Barrett, who is a host of many shows here and a great contributor here on the Crusade Radio Network and the Mike Church Show now. I'm making official Second Amendment correspondent of the Mike Church Show. And he is the armed Catholic as well and has a great little book out about how Catholics can arm themselves and can actually use weapons to defend themselves. And there's nothing in the catechism that says that you can't. I want to go back to something that Richard talked about earlier, and I want to talk about Vivek Ramaswamy here for just a moment. And I want to talk about the H-1B visa. I don't know if you saw this. I know you used to follow him, but I guess he blocked you, so maybe you still see his tweets. Jack Posobiec had whoever it is that runs his Twitter, had a most interesting X.com post last week. As a matter of fact, he had a couple of them in a row. He showed the H-1B visa applications of hundreds of thousands from India who were being brought into the United States to replace the workers. I want to say it was at Chipotle, but don't quote me. It was a major restaurant chain. They were being brought into the United States to basically wait tables and wash dishes at restaurants for 1/2 to 2/3 of what Americans were being paid in those restaurants. You can't do that anymore. No, and this is why I said no more H-1B visas. If you can't train a snotty-nosed American kid to do C code or JavaScript code or whatever code it is that needs to be written to work with the AI and all that. And by the way, little secret here, I don't write JavaScript, but I've been writing it for the Crusade Radio Network site the last month. You know how? I tell it ChatGPT, hey, ChatGPT, write me a JavaScript that does this. And it goes, oh, okay. And I go like, damn. I plug it into a page and bam-o, it does it. You don't even have to write code. All you need is AI. The idea that Ramaswamy floated that we have to have Indians, we have to have people from India to do this is wrong. American kids can learn. They can do this, and it's not difficult. So I agree with you. Enough giving away our birthrights and our citizenship and our access, especially for our young people who need motivation and who need things to do. They need to be told, look, you got to get out of your parents' basement. You got to get out their insurance policy, and you got to get out there and make your own way and make a family. This is what leads you. You're not going to have family structure revival until you have stability. And until young people can be convinced, because they're going to say, well, I have to wait for the right time to have children. It's never going to be the right time, but if you're stable and you're working at something that is yours and that you can rely upon, well then, I completely agree with President Trump on almost everything he said during the inaugural address. I also agree with my friend Richard Barrett. Enough. Stop the H-1Bs. I don't even want to hear about it anymore. I want the deportations to do it. Don't talk about it. Start doing it today. And I also agree with you. You don't have to get all 10 million. All you have to do is get a couple of million and show. Is the media going to broadcast this? Dude, you got the bully pulpit. Do addresses to the nation like Ronald Reagan did. Take your own video. You got Ben Bergquam out there, for heaven's sake. Take your own video and show this is what the deportations look like. They won't show you this on the fake news media, but I will broadcast it to you tonight from the Oval Office. I think that this version of Trump means business, and at great risk to myself and to the Mike Church Show and the Crusade Radio Network, we undertook to make 2024 a year where we threw all in. We're like, I believe the guy. I believe in the Make America First movement. I believe in making America great again. I was a Pat Buchanan guy. We lost a lot of people last year, Richard. A lot of people walked away. Said the KingDude's lost it. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. You guys wanting, you're siding with this guy and all this. We have to make America the homeland of Saint King Louis IX again, which is, you want it to happen. It's not in the cards that you have here in your hand. Play what's been dealt to you. So I just want to say that for those of you that stayed and those of you that joined us in 2024, thank you. The fight was worth it. Don't you believe that the fight was worth it? I believe that the fight to get Trump reelected was worth it. Do you believe that the fight to get Trump reelected was worth it?
100%.
Okay.
Without that, the continued slide that we are seeing we're a part of would have continued. And one of the charities, if you pray your rosary, faith, hope, and charity, the second one, hope. All right. Trump is not perfect. He's not the Messiah. He's not the second coming. He's not any of that. But what does he provide? He provides hope at this point. Hope for young white men. Yeah, I'll get political with it. Young white men who are being pushed to the side, who are not being allowed because of the H-1Bs, who are being told by Twitter X people who are making $100,000 a year tweeting and writing op-eds, go take a job at Panda Express. You can go be the manager there when they've gone to college for 4 years, when they were told to go get that. You know what? These families and these American, blacks turned out for Trump in a higher number than supposedly. Hispanic population has always turned up for for Trump because they believe it. Trump gives hope to Americans, and that's what needs to be done. I would love to live under King St. Louis IX. I would love it. But unfortunately we can't. And so right now we live in the society that we live in. And right now we should continue to push for these things like H-1B visas are indentured servitude, and it needs to stop. We need to stop importing Indians, not because of any, stereotypical thing. Culture doesn't match. The culture doesn't match.
Well, what, Richard?
Indian Americans that have assimilated in, perfectly fine. But if you're not going to assimilate and you're going to try and change our culture, sorry, goodbye.
Vivek got a lot of pushback on this, and I was surprised.
I was one of the ones leading the charge on it. You can't call Americans fat and lazy and tell them, hey, you know what? You should have listened to Screech from Saved by the Bell instead of Zach Morris. You know what? Zach Morris is the quarterback. Screech is the water boy. The quarterback gets the job done, and the water boy gets the water. We need nerds. Fine. We need nerds. We need analytics. I'm fine with that. But you know what? You need a guy like a Trump. Trump's not a nerd. Trump's a quarterback.
He is.
Trump's the guy who makes the decisions. And a guy like Ramaswamy, who got too far over his skis because of the MAGA thing, he thought he was untouchable. Now he's been banished to running for governor of Ohio. Couldn't even get the Senate seat. They bring Trump the information. They say, Trump, this is the information. Then he says, this is what we're going to do. And so that's my pushback on Vivek. He got a little too far. You can't tell Americans that you were too stupid in school. If we're too stupid in school, why are all the Indians coming over here? Why are all the people from Singapore coming over here? Why is the entire world coming to be taught at U.S. universities? If Vivek thinks we're too stupid and our education system is too stupid to not be able to educate Black Americans, white Americans, why can't we, if we're too stupid to do that, then why are you coming to our universities? That's my big thing.
And by the way, the schools in India completely and totally mimic American schools. Now, I'm not talking about American woke schools today. I'm talking about American woke schools where they were the way they used to be. Pretty much the Christendom Old English model where you had headmasters and you had segregation of the sexes, which used to be something that was prized. Why? Because it makes you focus on educating and not getting dates to the prom or hooking up on Friday night after the football game. So are all these things going to change? Well, I think that the youth of America actually may, when they're presented with tradition, it, you've seen it, and actually affected you. when you were presented with tradition, Richard, when you saw the beauty of traditional Catholicism, and let's be honest, you weren't sold on the first go around on what you were hearing, but when you actually went to it and you saw it, you went like, okay, now I get what you guys are talking about. And again, I think offer the branch, the branch. Well, why don't we just try it, okay, and not worry about what H-1B visa Vivek Magaswamy bros want. By the way, let's go to our political affairs contributor here for the Mike Church Show, Magdalene Rose, who's on the Dude Maker hotline here with us. Magdalene, say hello to Richard, who's here with me.
Hello, Barrett.
Good afternoon, Miss Magdalene Rose. How are you?
I'm good, and I agree with what you said about Vivek. And I would just like to add something. Vivek has been credited so much with winning the youth vote for Donald Trump. That did not happen. And I think Vivek has built this sort of psyop around himself as this young people whisperer. When young white men go out and vote for somebody, it's not because they believe they shouldn't have jobs and they should just settle for what they can get because they weren't paying enough attention in math class. It is really ridiculous. And I will tell you, having been a high school debater, Vivek is every kid who's read all the books but has no real talent. And he preaches and he says whatever he needs to, and he thinks he's better than everybody else. And I think the Trump team has finally seen that for what it is.
Let me ask you, Magdalene, Trump, did you see the rally yesterday, the MAGA victory rally?
Yes.
Well, who did President Trump give credit to the youth vote for?
Charlie Kirk.
He gave it to Charlie. You can say whatever you want about Charlie Kirk, but President Trump from that dais said, Charlie Kirk, where are you? There's Charlie's up there. Charlie Kirk, he's got an army of young voters. And Charlie got him out to the poll. He's got him out to the polls. He gave Charlie Kirk credit. Now, he did mention Vivek Magaswamy. He did say Vivek was part of Doge yesterday from the same speech. I heard it. I watched the whole thing. But in giving credit for the youth vote, he gave it to primarily to Charlie. He's also acknowledged your multiple acquaintance the guy that you and I both know, Cliff Maloney. You know, Cliff Maloney is just another untold story of that election here. Republicans figured out how to do something. They figured out how to use data and how to use data to go out and beat the Democrats at their own game and go out and win the voter registration battle. And they won it fair and square. And they won it in Pennsylvania and other states. And that's the kind of the model to follow. But I think that President Trump's outreach to young people was front and center here again today. You know, I saw immediately in our Crusader Stadium chat room the dropping of the neutron bombs on the "Let's go to Mars." This is a Kennedy. This is setting some sort of a goal. It's not committing to tens of billions of dollars, and everyone's going to say, "Well, of course, that's what Elon was there for." I don't know. Maybe he was. Maybe that's the whole point. Aspiring though, and saying that, well, in order to go to Mars, you have to figure out how to do it. SpaceX has figured out how to do an awful lot of it. One of the things that you have to figure out how to do is land and take off. Same ship. Well, they kind of figured that out. Inspiring a new generation of young Americans in some sort of a new Apollo program doesn't sound like a waste of spending of resources here. Yes, there were lower hanging fruit that is important. But I think doing something and saying something like that is something that might motivate some people to do certain things, and it's part of a larger program. Richard, you first. What say you?
Real quick, I think really, I think Charlie Kirk is getting just he got a very nice, like, hey, you did a great job because of the money he was able to put up and the manpower. The youth vote is credited to Barron Trump. Barron Trump is the reason he got the youth vote, because Barron Trump directed him to the podcast. He selected the podcast that he should have gone on. And Trump has even admitted that Barron was much bigger in that youth vote. But Charlie's a part of the machine.
Sure.
He's a part of his backing. And you got to give the flowers to the people at the end. That's what the winner does. I agree that it is also very important to aspire to things. And that is part of hope. Hope is in the idea of aspiring things. And so, yeah, we can go to Mars. Why not? You know, Elon's already halfway doing it. So if you want to jump on the back of the ship and fly up with him, no problem. I don't, you know, and so that's fine with that. It doesn't bother me. It's better than Joe Biden and Barack Obama saying for years they were going to cure cancer every time they got an inauguration.
Mars cancer.
Yeah, there's a better likelihood we're going to land on Mars than Joe Biden or any of the Biden family is going to cure cancer. So at least that one, there's a demonstrative progress you can see, or at least there's some kind of thing you can point to. So I agree.
By the way, you can see the footage now on Fox News. Doug Emhoff and Kamala Harris are getting into whatever it looks like a hearse, actually. We're getting into their wagon to leave Mordor and to leave all of us, thank the Lord. Magdalene, what say you about the outreach to the youths? And do you agree that Barron Trump gets more of the credit, or should get more of the credit, for the youth vote?
Yeah, absolutely. Barron Trump is the reason why Donald Trump won that youth vote. And I think Elon as well can gain a lot of that credit because he was able to get people like Zuckerberg and others to the table like Rogan. Elon's stamp of approval gave Trump a lot of legitimacy in that world. And I will say, I think the nucleus of the Trump family has changed. Going in last time, it really was Ivanka and Jared and Don Jr. That's not the case this time. It's Melania and Barron and Trump's brother. There seems to be a sort of realignment of the people who are closest to Trump. And I think that that's a great thing because as much as we like Don Jr. and Ivanka, although I don't like what Ivanka did in the White House last time, I don't think they really understood why he won. I don't think they really understood who he was speaking to. Barron understands, his brother understands. I think Melania is much more in that Nancy Reagan role now of guarding him. And that's what a first lady should do. She's not there for policy like Hillary Clinton tried to. She's not even there for her own initiative. She's there to protect the president. I think her outfit made that statement today. The fact that she doesn't smile and wave at the people who tried to put him in prison is a great indicator. The other thing that I've heard about Vivek is that he has very much like erratic behavior. He's not somebody who is a stable hand within that administration. People said that when he was in pharmaceuticals, that he's very erratic, he's very up and down. I don't think that people want him around Trump every day for the next 4 years.
By the way, Trump just gave Jill Biden a hug, and now Melania is kind of holding her head. Well, she's being courteous. As the Bidens, Richard, you were right. They got a helicopter parked back behind the Capitol, and Biden's like, "True in their dash, I'm out of here. I'm under pressure. Me and old corn pop."
If you ever saw the movie Sum of All Fears, and the part where they run out the president when the nuke's about to strike, they're about to do the same thing for Joe and throwing him in. The helicopter's going to be off the ground, and they're going to be tossing Joe into it as he flies off. And secondly, not really into fashion, but I do like the fact that Melania is channeling the 1930s pulp hero, The Shadow, as
isn't that cool?
Her outfit, ready to exact justice upon all those who have wronged her husband. She's Eastern European too. Those people don't leave grudge, you know.
Oh, dude, they're Slavs. She's a Slav.
Yeah. She doesn't give up on grudges. So.
Yeah, don't cross a Slav, dude. They will they will Liam Neeson you. I want you to listen to me. I have a certain very specific set of skills. I will use them. I will find you, and I will kill you. That's it. That's kind of the promise there. I want to thank all of you that are hanging out with us on the YouTube stream and are watching it. Our audience has almost doubled since the inauguration as we continue our live coverage here. I can't wait for them to get to the Capital One Center. You know, there's so many things that have happened here over the course of the last year. Richard, you were here with us for most of the year. You were certainly with all of our campaign coverage, the debate coverage. And you and I pretty much have been singing from the same hymnal since 2016, which is you don't know what you're dealing with here when you're dealing with Donald John Trump. You're treating him like Mitt Romney. He's not Mitt freaking Romney. Romney never created or did anything on his own. Okay, Romney was a criminal and a thief. The money that Romney made through Bain Capital was made doing what people hate about American big business. Going in and finding a company and buying it because you can't beat it fairly in competition, buy it and then kill it. Steal its assets, bring it and put it into your orbit like Cabela's, and then kill it. and kill everyone along with it. That's how Mitt Romney made his money. That is not how Trump made his money. That is not how President Trump made his money. And I think today that you saw the resolve. I mean, the set of titanium private parts to have the guy you were talking about who ruined America sitting right behind you, and then all the Democrats in that chamber sitting there watching and going like, your Green New scam is over. It's over. We're going to drill, baby, drill. Can you imagine? And by the way, one of those executive orders, Magdalene and Richard, is going to be a moratorium on government subsidized wind farms. It's going to go into effect today. No, not a single dime. If you're working on one offshore, or if you want to finish it, then go ahead. You're going to pay for it, because he is going to revoke and bring to an end every federal subsidy for wind farms today, Magdalene Rose.
And he has to, because it's ridiculous. And when Biden canceled the Keystone Pipeline, I think either the first or second day he was in office, I mean, people were weeping around the country, the jobs he cost us, the economic prosperity, the security in terms of energy. And he did it quite simply because AOC told him to. And I think that in general, people looked at this presidential election as sanity versus craziness. The philosophy of Democrats, it's just communism. And I think we debate the parts of it they make the most public, like DEI things and the Green New Deal. But the core component of all of it is just communism. So what happened is Americans realized that communists can't govern the country. So we brought back in a capitalist. It's the same battle we have over and over again. And I would like to see us get to a place where we just don't allow communism to thrive in this country. That's why having a young vice president like Vance is a good idea. And I think that had a lot to do with why Trump chose him over Youngkin. They might be closer in age, but Vance looks young, he feels young, and that's important to the future of the Republican Party.
Yeah, we are here live. It's the Mike Church Show, a very special edition as we cover the inauguration of President Donald John Trump. As POTUS number 47, the 60th inauguration. You can see there's Biden, Richard. He's flying off. Air Force One is gone. The Bidens, you feel like, you want to play like ding dong, the Mario, the wicked witch, ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. You kind of you want to sing the song. It is a sigh of relief, but not until executive branch departments are also cleaned up. Richard, we haven't heard a lot about the Second Amendment or about guns from Trump, other than saying he is going to protect our Second Amendment. Are your 2A bros are they willing to give him another shot? Because I know you were very disappointed in Trump 1.0.
First of all, I'm very happy with the windmills. So Trump is saving the whales, as he stated.
How do you like that? A Republican is stealing Save the Whales from Democrats.
Because he wants to save the whales. So that's great. Secondly, there's no greater relief, or there's no greater karma, if you believe in it, than getting Jill Biden as far away from Washington, D.C. as possible. Talk about an octopus with her tentacles and everything. So getting her out of there is a fantastic deal. Now, as far as our God-given right to keep and bear arms, not very pleased. It's a mixed bag. Gun voters actually came out in record numbers this year. Gun voters don't usually vote, which is very strange.
I thought that was strange, too.
They came out in numbers. There was actually a campaign this time to get gun voters out. And Trump made his promises. He made them at the NRA, which I get. The NRA is his biggest supporter. And despite what you think, they are the biggest fundraiser for gun rights. They're bigger than GOA and Second Amendment Foundation, all those groups. Ecstatic when Matt Gaetz was announced, because we thought, this is the guy right here. This is the guy that will help usher in the getting rid of suppressors off of the NFA, all these other things, reducing the crimes or getting, curling back the idea of the getting rid of the bipartisan Save for Communities Act, or whatever it was that Republicans handed Joe Biden after Uvalde. Then he leaves, then Pam Bondi shows up, and then the gun community got the alligator arms because of her support with Rick Scott for red flag laws. And she was asked that at the committee, and she didn't support them, but she didn't say they were bad policy. And so I've actually had a couple people from Florida text me being like, Pam's good people. She just was in a bad spot when she was in Florida. They had to do the red flag laws or they were going to get crushed which I don't believe that should have been happening anyway. So
does this have to do with
Pam
Lakeland?
Bondi.
This is the Lakeland shooting.
No, no, the Parkland shooting is when Florida did the red flag. Yeah, they did the red flag. They had to do something.
David Little Boss Hogg and his gang were okay.
They had to do something after that, which I never liked that idea. I don't like policy being set by tragedy, but that we are where we are with that. So on the one hand, they say she's not creating policy because she's just enforcing it, but she has voiced support for it. She's also part of that viral clip where Trump's like, take the guns. You know, she's the one who says we're going to take the guns and all this other kind of stuff. Not a huge fan there. Trump still has not made any announcement or appointed anybody as head of the ATF. And I think that's really where the Second Amendment crew is kind of waiting and baiting on bated breath for. In the YouTube gun community, there is a campaign to get a guy called Brandon Herrera, which is the AK guy, as appointed to the head of the ATF, only because he's testified multiple times in front of the ATF and so forth. He'd be fantastic just because he would do all these kinds of things. Hawthorne, I think Mason Hawthorne from North Carolina.
Herrera is the name I've heard. I haven't heard Hawthorne.
Herrera's campaigning hard for it. Hawthorne has been on a couple. He's the guy in the wheelchair. Sorry, folks. He's been campaigning hard for it. And now there's this guy in Arizona who lost his Senate race. He's been campaigning hard for it. All three of them, I think, would be fine additions. All I care about is the ATF gets gutted to the point where it's nothing more. It shouldn't exist. We're not going to get it closed down. That's a pipe dream, thinking about pipe dreams. But getting it gutted to the fact that they stop chasing gun owners in Southeast Oklahoma for, not dotting an I on a 4473 and just
they came after me.
They come after they're Mike, there's on social media, there are pictures after pictures after pictures of illegal gang members with things called Glock switches, fully automatic firearms. They're all in the inner cities, and the ATF can't do anything. But somebody like you supposedly makes a mistake, and they got Black Hawk helicopters over your house ready to come and get you because you're one person, and it's easier to make a show of. So we're kind of waiting to see who the head of the ATF is, and we're still uneasy with Pam Bondi. Now, J.D. Vance is very pro-gun, right? So is Donald Trump Jr., and that kind of goes to what Magdalene is saying. There's a different air in the White House now with people like Mike Pence was not big. Mike Pence was not good for anything. J.D. Vance seems to have the ear of the gun community, and so does Donald Trump Jr., and there's a lot of other people that seem to be close in that regard, too. So we're kind of just waiting and trying to see if obviously nothing new would be great, but what we would like to see is the rescinding of things like getting suppressors off the NFA and making them, because we were that close last time. The concealed carry bill that they're talking about, I hate it. It's a stupid bill because you try to go into California with your concealed carry firearm, they're going to throw you in jail and then say you can lawsuit your way out of it, citing the federal government. But yeah,
here's the one that I heard that I am completely opposed to, and that is the National Reciprocity Act. If you want to finally end the Bill of Rights as only applying to the federal government and not the states, then do that. The McDonald case is wrong. The Heller case is wrong. I know all of you gun guys believe that, we got them in the Heller case. Process matters. They got the process wrong. And by the way, the people two of the justices that actually signed off on the Heller case, one of them being Clarence Thomas, said they got the process wrong. So I don't want national reciprocity. I want the states to maintain their sovereignty. You legislatures in other states, or like states in Texas, Louisiana, just going to have to work harder. In Pennsylvania, you're going to have to get off your duffs and communicate with the legislature in New Jersey and tell them you want reciprocity, or there are things you can do. By the way, Magdalene Rose and Richard Barrett joining me. Back to the action.
From the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us.
J.D. Vance and President Trump about to address their supporters at the Capitol. Here live on our continuing coverage of Inauguration Day for President John Trump. J.D. Vance speaking now, who is now Vice President a traditional-minded Catholic
And the last
as vice
thing
president.
I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's going to be a great team.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you.
Again, appealing to the youth.
We just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him.
By the way, if you're a Louisianan, there are 5 people on that stage. 2 of them are congressmen from Louisiana, Scalise and Johnson. Just saying.
With other people, they were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good?
You did great, Mr. President.
But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages.
Thank you.
And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. they destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than
Hulk
me.
Hogan is there.
Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories.
By the way, listening to live coverage from the Crusade Radio Network, if you are appreciative that we are doing this and found a way to actually broadcast to you when so many other people were cut off, you can thank us by becoming a subscriber on the YouTube channel or making a one-time or regular contribution to our efforts at crusadechannel.com/donate. /donate. Thank you.
Helicopter, times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. Look at all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you.
He's motioning to Greg Abbott, who's in the crowd, if you're listening on the radio.
JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put an anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting because, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott.
You're listening to live coverage here. President Trump addressing a crowd of supporters in one of the Capitol meeting rooms that is in the basement in Washington. He will depart for Capital One Center in just a little bit. There will be a small parade down Pennsylvania Avenue, and then he will make his way over to the Capital One Center, where he will greet 20,000+ gathered there, and is going to sign some executive orders. So an exciting day continuing here on the Crusade Radio Network. If you enjoy what you're listening to, you can make a donation in the YouTube chat right there. Click that $1 button. We don't work for free, and we could use it. And thank you very much. Or go to crusadechannel.com/donate. That's crusadechannel.com/donate.
We bought it like 6 years ago, and it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general, and here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents. But not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic... They're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear I didn't know he was here. I swear to you. It sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible.
All right, now get over there and sign the damn papers. Let's go. GEAUX, let's go.
I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go, right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should, she's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody, thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, let's go back to Richard Barrett. You are a live commentator.
President Donald Trump.
Richard, you put this in the Crusader Stadium chat room moments ago here, and or about actually it wasn't moments ago. It was an hour ago. Before Trump started speaking. So let me read this to the audience, especially to the audience that can't see because they are listening on radio. Effective January 20th, 2025 at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the functionalities of CBP-1 that previously allowed undocumented aliens to submit advance information and schedule appointments at 8 Southwest border ports of entry is no longer available. All appointments have been canceled. Not delayed, canceled. Then you have this from the Barrett Brief on Twitter. Police have now shut down the port of entry in El Paso, Texas, as Trump reinstates the Remain in Mexico policy. So, enough playing around. Again, it has already begun. The first thing you got to do when you have a situation like this is stop the bleeding. You stop the bleeding. You stop the incursion. And that's what he has done immediately. As you said, this is what we voted for. This is what you promised you were going to do. Now get busy, get to work, and go do it. And and it looks like it's already being done. So you can also expect that those other executive orders that he mentioned are all going to get enacted later today. And as soon as they are signed, which is why you're going like, get over to the Capital One Center, start signing. Use the Obama auto pen. Although I don't think he wants the auto pen. I think he actually wants to sign them. There's a rumor out there, and I saw this months ago. I don't know if you've seen this, that one of the things that the Biden regime was doing, and this would explain why, like if you're watching NFL playoff games this weekend, you're going like, my goodness, how many freaking pharmaceuticals are there on the market these days? Good Lord. 3, 4, 5 commercials for different drugs every stop set, when somebody gets hurt or injured or whatever. This was made possible by a grant from the Biden regime through extended COVID funding. It was $10 billion. So I guess they figured that they had to spend all of the money before Trump gets there, because the rumor was, and this came from Susie, who's going to be the chief of staff? Susie, can't think of her last name now. This came that he's going to issue an executive order and going to cut them all off. If you're in one of the big networks and you're airing these ads, this is why you've been seeing them so much, because they had to burn the money while they could. They're not getting any more funding for this. It's going to be over. If Susie Wiles, if you want to paper the crowd with ads for pharmaceuticals, you're going to have to pay for it now. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Isn't that RFK too?
What's that?
RFK is pretty much mandating that he doesn't want you to be able to use pharmaceutical money on ads anymore. That was one thing he was talking about. So yeah, I'm very much in favor of all of that.
Did you watch any of the playoff games?
I caught a couple, I didn't watch all of them, but I caught but here's the thing. I was watching on streaming.
Okay.
So
you got different ads.
CBS. So I didn't get as much as that kind of stuff.
Okay, well, I watched CBS over the air, and I watched Fox over the air, but I watched one of the games on streaming. Let me tell you, there's a very subtle change that was made. The Lilly Corporation, which is like the third largest pharmaceutical outfit in the world, the Lilly Corporation, at the end of its ads, had a red screen placard that read, Lilly, a medicine company. And I went, aha, wait a minute, you guys make pharmaceuticals. No. Pharmaceuticals a bad word. They already know that a hammer is coming down, so they switch from pharmaceutical company to a medicine company.
Yep. That's just the legal loophole. Some lawyer somewhere figured that out. Like, hey, we can't call ourselves pharmaceuticals anymore. We got to switch it to medical. And that'll buy us 6 months until RFK finds that out, and then we'll call ourselves just a company, or whatever the case may be, to get around those legal loopholes. Real quick, I just want to swing back around to the immigration thing. We were talking about the CB1 and all that stuff being shut down. Now comes the tough part for Trump and his team and Tom Homan.
Tom Homan.
For the next 2 months, you're going to get, and they're already starting on Twitter, this lady for the Washington Post, she ran right over to the Mexico side, and she's got video of crying migrants, willing criminal alien trespassers.
Don't care.
Their 1 p.m. appointment was canceled, so they're all weeping on that side of the border. So you're going to have to stand strong for the next. If you can stand strong until about March, then the press won't have anything to run on. They'll try to guilt the American people into saying, oh, look at all these people. They just want to, these reporters who were silent for 4 years while women and children were being exploited throughout these immigrant trails with the coyotes and all these and the cartels and using these people. They were dead silent. But as soon as the agenda has changed, now it's, oh, look at these crying women and children. They just want a better life and all this other kind of stuff. So just as much as joyful as it is today, and I'm very happy, and all these things are great, they just have to be able, and I think, in Trump's tone is very much indicative of the fact that they are not going to succumb to the pressure that is going to be put on them by the press.
Now, you're going to have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the usual suspects are all going to get on planes, and they're going to go down to the border, and they're going to go, and they're going to see all the women and children crying, like you're saying. You know, what the tragedy of it all. They made this trek all the way to the border. We don't care. Too bad. You know what? Go back and make Mexico great again. Go back and make Nicaragua great again. Go make El Salvador great again. You're not wanted here. I also think one of the things that you and I didn't get a chance to talk about this, my friend and contributor Richard Barrett here on the Dude Maker hotline here with us as we continue our live coverage. We didn't get to talk about this. The part of the legal immigration, you know. They want to say that as long as you come through legally and as long as you go to the border and you go through the process legally, this is a long, lengthy process. I don't like hearing from, I don't like being lectured by Vivek Magaswamy. I don't like being lectured by others that these people love America too. They just want to come in here and want a chance. You can't love something an ocean away that you've never been a part of. That's just, you know what? I love it. What about my children that love it or want to love it? Again, this bleeding heart, every nation has to have immigrants. Switzerland doesn't. Every nation has to have immigrants. Apparently, Italy doesn't. Every nation has to, apparently, there's no country in South America that has to have it. So you want to see where the world is going upside down? Let's look at the countries that have legal immigration or legal asylum. England, about to collapse. Germany, about to collapse. Sweden, about to be taken over by the Mohammedans. Name Finland, all of your Finnish, your northern tier countries, geographically speaking, Finland, Norway, Sweden, Holland, Denmark, overrun with refugees. And where do they get the refugees from? From the wars that the United States and the UK started here. So if you want to look at see what it looks like with unregulated mass legal immigration, look no further than what is happening in the UK. We're no further than what's happening in those countries. The Germans are about to find out. Look what happened here in Germany with the guy that drove through the Christmas market and killed all those people. You have the nutbag here. I want to know, why wasn't the nutcase Jabbar Suldam Jabbar bin Jabbar? Why wasn't he on the watch list? They said, the FBI said he was not on our radar. Why wasn't he? Dude was completely and totally radicalized. Absolutely radical. I want all this brought to an end. I don't want you spying on me anymore. You ought to be looking at people. Yeah, if they joined the mosque and lately, and there are known to be contacts going back and forth. If you're talking to someone in Syria, and you're in Houston, they freaking know it. The idea that we are liars. You know, when I call Richard, you know everything I said, and you could use it against me. You know when Richard calls me, or I call Mike Parrott, or Mike Parrott calls me. You know everything that's said about our call. You know about our radical traditional Catholics that are meeting and what have. Enough. We want it all brought to an end. Again. The war on American citizens ends today, needs to end today. We want to see evidence of that.
Agreed. 100%. And the vilification of certain groups of people of this union, as we've seen through countless DHS memos, whether you're a Christian or whether you're right wing or whether you're a member of this group or that group, the two-tier justice system needs to end, where Black Lives Matter or whatever they're going to call themselves in the next, couple months can burn liberal cities with impunity. But Granny walks through the Capitol and she's got 6 years in jail. By the way, what I wanted to hear was Trump announced blanket pardons for the J6ers in that speech he just made when he was starting to tease that. Even the ones who were supposedly quote unquote violent, they have time served for being in jail for 4 years, so they can easily take some time their sentences can't be commuted. But the fact is that you have this $1 billion surveillance state, and on the 1st of 2025, you had 2 separate incidences, if you don't want to call them attacks or whatever the case. And Mike, my wife and I, when we go to Vegas, we go to the Trump.
You stay at that hotel.
We've been in that hotel multiple times. So when we were there in 2020, they had much more security than they did now. And I looked at Elizabeth. I was like, why aren't the gates up? Why aren't any of the things that were there when we were there when he was running in that area? But we had 2 separate attacks, and apparently whatever you want to call the guy in Vegas, that he was known, but nothing happened. And the guy in Houston, things are bad when the mosque was questioned. And they said, "Oh, we're going to refer to CARE. You're going to have to talk to CARE if you want to talk to the people in the mosque."
Council on American Islamic Relations.
Yep. Yeah, there's no Catholic church who can get away with that. You can't be like, "Yeah, go talk to the USCCB." They don't get that pass, and that's what I mean about this 2-tier justice system, where some groups get a pat on the back and it's okay because of 250 years or whatever of racism that America has. So apparently we have to make it up. Your children didn't commit these acts. I never committed them. You never committed them. We should not have to pay for the white guilt that the left and the liberal establishment has tried to impose on us through these last 4 years. And really, that's what needs to end. And that's part of that hope that everybody just wants to be put on on the same ground, right? Love John Adams or hate him. The reason why he was so insistent that America be a nation or a union of laws is because laws are supposed to be neutral. They were supposed to be blind. It didn't matter if you were rich or poor. The law was supposed to apply to the same to you. And now we're seeing for a long time that isn't the case. And that's why people are going and hoping that a guy that has been the subject of some of the worst lawfare we've ever seen, President Donald J. Trump, can at least, there's no way a billionaire like Trump with a supermodel wife is going to associate with a guy like me. But at least he has the idea that, hey, this is, American people are being pursued. They're being hounded, like I was. And this needs to stop in that regard. It needs to stop today.
Yeah, an executive order is going to be issued today that has something that's going to reverse all of the damage that the Biden regime did with Title IX. So all the DEI crap and all the gender ideology-specific tranny crap that was done via Title IX is all going to be reversed in an executive order. I want to know, and I will ask this question after the fact, on his way out the door in 2015, where Barack Hussein Obama, by the way, Obama, at the inaugural today, single again, batching it. Big Mike is gone. That's 3 events now where President Obama has now shown up that are official events, and everyone else, the other presidents are there. They're bringing their wives, and he is armless. Big Mike Obama is nowhere to be found. So I believe there are rumors out there, page 6 rumors about the Obamas getting a divorce. And I think that from the appearances of it anyway, looks as though that may be coming to fruition. Let's go back to our Dude Maker hotline. Magdalene Rose, the Mike Church Show political affairs contributor, is on the hotline here with us. Magdalene, what's the latest?
I think the main thing is that Vance and Trump look good together. It's a good ticket. People are enjoying seeing it. And the other side of that is also it really seems like Melania is having more involvement. He's talking about her much more. There's really a consideration for her. And in addition to that, there's also sort of the factor that the signing of the executive orders are going to be focused on immigration, but they're also going to be focused on reasserting common sense, whether that's gender issues or it has to do with having no wokeness in the military. Trump wants common sense back in the White House.
Well, I think you're going to get some common sense because you're talking to the guy who wrote The Art of the Deal. Magnum, were you able to see the speech that Trump just gave, or the address that he just gave? All right, Richard, you and I watched it together. What one thing, if you're a nerd, stood out to you about it?
I think the fact that he just cannot let go of the fact that he thinks he won the election in 2020, as many people do. To me, the fact that he said that the greatest poll would have been that he lost the first time shows to me that his will to fight was never diminished. And in general, his belief that he can do well for America hasn't diminished. And I also think the fact that Johnson and Vance were there, it shows that he is going to have a team around him this time, whereas last time he was kind of just on his own.
Okay, Richard, not good answer, Magdalene, not the one I was looking for. Nerd. What did you... There was nerd stuff in that speech.
The
weight of the concrete. And then this concrete weighs 7,000 pounds a square inch. They can pour acid on it, though, and it can... Right through it they can go. So they said, sir... That shape of the wall, it's not going to work. It's not going to... It was him getting in. He just can't help himself.
Yeah.
He just can't help himself. He is such a geek and a nerd when it comes to things about construction that he has to say them and that he has to talk about. And he thinks everyone in the room thinks similarly, when of course that they don't. And I thought that was just amused by the fact that, he probably could still go and sign and do these things. Look, there is back now. There is another desk here. Not the one in the...
Yes, it is.
This one is in Capitol Hill. Another signing ceremony here on the Crusade Radio Network. President Trump.
They're going to be happy with these documents.
Yeah, they're just we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
With that unmistakable Trump. Of course, you're going to turn and show it.
The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Why is Klobuchar there and smiling?
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was number one at Harvard also. You know that?
Schumer is there, Klobuchar is there, Thune is there. These are all just procedural.
Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good on it. So maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
The good acoustics.
Yes.
All right. Now thank you. We go to lunch.
Great.
Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. Here we go. Take that. All right. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
He's handing pens out now.
Very nice. Very nice. Beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
They look like cigars in a cigar
I'm not going
box.
to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay.
All right, so back to our panel with Richard Barrett and Magdalene Rose. Magdalene had to leave and go take care of little Benna. And we're going to take a break here in just a moment because we have been at this. We'll rejoin you live in just a few moments here. But Richard, looking forward to it. You wanted him to sign stuff. Well, there you go. But it was mostly procedural stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But keep signing though. Keep signing. That's he can eat and sign. We all can work through lunch. I stress. He only has so much time.
So we're going to take a timeout and we're just going to pause. And you know what? I found a piece of video, Maggie. I don't want you to leave. I just want you to play the video from the assassination day, so we can all remember where we came from. It's in there. I found this, remember, on July the 13th, 5-something p.m. Central Time, I get a call from Julie Kopka, and she says, Mike, did you see Trump has been shot? And I said, what? And she goes, yeah, he was at a rally somewhere in Pennsylvania, and they shot him. I said, what? So I said, I gotta go. And I ran in here and I turned Fox News on. And within 2 or 3 minutes, McAdams, her name is McAdams. She was there. She was like, yes, something has happened. I don't know. And Trump was still on the stage. By the time I got in here, and we rushed to get on air. It took us like 5 minutes to put a title together and get on YouTube and then stop what was playing on the CRUSADE Radio Network and then get on. And we went on air and I was giving time codes out. We got on air at 5:20. Which was about 9 minutes after the bullets had stopped flying, and they were still trying to get Trump into the beast or whatever they were trying to get him into. And at about 5:21, Richard called, and we were on air for the next 2 hours. And again, was another. It's another moment where Richard Barrett, Mike Church did not want to be on air on a Saturday afternoon. I know exactly what I was doing. I was out in the backyard. I was cooking. I was cooking. I was grilling wings on my egg. So I flew in here and we sprang into action and we covered all that we could cover for the next 2 hours or so. Well, for some reason, the tape of that day, we don't have the complete tape. I found 52 minutes of it. And 52 minutes of it contained enough, though, because, Richard, you jumped on Twitter and you were reporting that there were reports that there were casualties in the audience. The people in the audience were shot. No one knew this. We were as live as any news organization on earth that afternoon, and we were the first to report that people were saying that we would find out it was Corey Comparatori, that there was a guy that was shot in the head and was killed, and that was Corey Comparatori. And we were one of the first media outlets in the world that reported on it. We reported on it all live. Mike Parrott then called in. We were live that afternoon. I have that videotape, and it begins at 6:21 p.m., so about 10 minutes after the shooting. Well, before we go to that, though, Magdalene Rose is now back on the Dude Maker hotline here with us. Magdalene, we were just talking about the day where, on July the 13th, where they tried to kill President Trump here. It seems like an eternity ago. One thing I can say, and I don't know what's going to become of this, what happened to the investigation?
I think that's a good question. A lot of people are wondering that. And it's the thing that Democrats do. We have a massive event happen, and then we seem to move on very quickly. But yet someone's rude to Obama, and we have 6 years of congressional testimony and an expose. So it really is a double standard. I think Trump's not as interested in looking into that as he is in looking into the people in the Justice Department who facilitated his endless persecution and prosecution. To me, that's more what his focus is on, especially as it relates to New York and the judicial system there. The aides that have facilitated this, also the high up level people in the Justice Department and the federal Justice Department who left to go prosecute him in different areas. To me, that's where his focus is. And I also think there's a great deal of skepticism around the entire Trump assassination attempts because the Secret Service was so remiss. I think a Secret Service investigation that's not led by a sort of wishy-washy Democrat is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, the investigation into Matthew Crooks is an obvious cover-up, Richard. The fact that his body was cremated at the end of July, the fact that the FBI got there and they whitewashed that roof. They bleached that thing. This is on Tuesday. Trump is shot on Saturday and Tuesday. They got crews up there in hazmat suits with power washers, and they're blasting, they're washing all the evidence, the DNA, all the evidence away of everything that transpired on that roof. I've been saying ever since when I've talked about this is a bigger cover-up than the Kennedy assassination. At least at the Kennedy assassination, there was some forensic evidence that was left. There's none from the Trump assassination. We don't even know if the FBI is in possession of the bullet that killed Corey Comparatori.
Yeah, I would doubt that any of that took place. I mean, looking at how the DOJ was run and the fact that it was part of an operation, the rumors are swirling that Schumer was meeting with Biden that morning and all these other kinds of things. And as the way I looked at it, it was the fact that, hey, they were going to try and kill him. And when they didn't, that's when they went to plan B of, all right, Biden's got to go and we got to replace him with Harris. So that's why the Harris thing was so sloppy, is because they were for certain that they were going to get him. And when they missed, for we all know is amazing reason, fate is amazing in that regard. Then they had to move on to the second phase. But yes, the fact is the Secret Service got questioned a little bit. And I think everybody didn't want to deep dive into the Secret Service under DHS because we were in the middle of the election campaign, and we didn't want to face the fact that the Secret Service is not the all-powerful, amazing agency that we have been led to believe, that it's full of human beings, and those human beings make a lot of mistakes, and the rampant corruption and the assigning of, for lack of a better term, less than qualified agents at the time, and how the field office, I believe it was Pittsburgh, had a brand new lead there, and he was given control over the entire operation. And they pulled, some of the better, more seasoned agents to guard Jill Biden's pasta dinner or whatever she was doing in Pittsburgh.
It was a pasta dinner.
It was, Italian, it's great. But the fact that it's like, all right, you had Trump in an open air environment and Jill Biden giving out chicken cacciatore, I think there's a real difference in, who has priority there, but she was a sitting first lady. So I guess that's what they wanted to say. So I think that there's a lack of will to look into it, just because, even on Trump's hand, because you don't really, maybe that's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down.
And then here you can see, Maggie, if you'll cut over to the scene here, this is live. You can see it in the that is in the rotunda of the Capitol building. They're having the annual CCIC dinner, whatever, Congressional Caucus inauguration or whatever. And you can see right there that there was a big hoop-de-doo going on. I imagine after this is done, that's when they will proceed over to the Capital One Arena and to the signing ceremony that we all want to see. They got champagne? Yeah, they got champagne. They're celebrating with champagne.
It's after 12. It's fine. Go ahead.
Well, no, we're going to skip the champagne and go right to Jaeger bombs here, as we call them. You don't know what a Jaeger bomb is? Jaeger bomb is just it's a shot and a half of Jägermeister and some Red Bull, and that'll keep us up late into the afternoon here. But there is a change in attitude, and I've been talking about since November the 6th, and this is just unmistakable. November the 5th, unmistakable to me that there is a change in the way people are thinking about things. And again, Richard, you maybe have been old enough in 1981. Were you around? You were around in 1981. How old are you? I forget how old you are.
Yeah, it was August 10th, 1981 is when I was born.
Okay, so you got the good part of the year. You got the end of the year. So this is so Ronald Reagan takes office January 20th, 1981. Obviously, I played this clip for you earlier here. This should be really good advice to people. Maggie, can you cue that clip up? Magdalene, I know that you heard the clip earlier here. Reagan lays out. Now, I think you're going to get a tax cut. I think also you're going to get the Office of the External Revenue Service. This is obviously, to me, this is we're speaking policy now. Why are they doing this way? Why this policy? Well, this is obvious. They don't have a plan to cut any spending immediately. That, to me, is the obvious. So we're going to attack it from the revenue side, okay? We're going to make the case that these are supply-side tax cuts and that they are going to, you're going to get more revenue. Or I guess people are being introduced now. Yeah, they just introduced J.D. and Usha Vance. So I guess Trump will be announced next at this luncheon here. But it seems to me, Magdalene, that this is how this is going to happen, that they're going to attack this from the revenue side of it, and they're not going to, they have no plan or they don't have any intention of going at it from the spending side of it from the start.
Escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump, and Mrs. Trump.
Well, that has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? He just shakes Pete Hex's hand. There's James clapping. This must just be paining Klobuchar that she has to sit next to Trump. She's fine by me.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
You can't see this in that room, especially if you're listening to it on television, but you can't see it. Richard Barrett had to step aside. He had a prior engagement. I want to thank Mr. Barrett for joining us. We can't see this, but I'd say about a third of the people in that room are Catholics because they all signed themselves as they were praying, including J.D. Vance. So we're going to take before we step aside, let's go to Magdalene. We're going to go back to Magdalene here. Magdalene, Bill Malugin is at the Capital One Center. That place is packed.
This arena, waiting for President Donald Trump to arrive, and you get the sense when he does show up, this place is going to erupt. The pre-program has started. Charlie Kirk is speaking behind me right now. We expect Elon Musk, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, and incoming FBI Director Kash Patel to be speaking as well. We're also told that President Trump is going to sign a series of executive orders here in this arena. Let me step out, give you a quick look. They set up a desk up there. They just put the presidential seal on it. We are told that President Trump is going to sit down at that desk in front of this crowd of 20,000 of his most fervent supporters and start signing executive orders in front of them. You can imagine the crowd is going to go wild when he announces some of those policies. Some of the speakers behind
Well, the
us-
crowd's going to go wild here at home, too, Magdalene, with people that are watching across the U.S. And indeed across the world, because we already know what some of these executive orders are.
We do, and I think that one of the takeaways from this is he wants people to see what he's doing. There's no effort to hide any actions that we got so used to under Biden, where everything was sort of cloak and dagger. We now know is because he was hiding his mental decline, his staff was. But Trump wants people to see what he's doing. I think that's welcome. And I think that the most publicized first executive orders will really set the tone for the next 100 days. If they're about immigration, if they're about the economy, that will really show people that that is what he's going to be focusing on. But if we see anything about DEI, anything along those lines, it shows that the social conservatives have more power. I think his first priority is immigration and the economy. But I would also like to see something that really cements the lunacy of the left. Gender wars are over.
Well, and that at the end of the day, that's social policy. Remember, we've been told that social conservatism is dead. We don't want your cultural conservatism. Get out. You lost the culture wars. You lost the battle. Well, not according to President Trump, we haven't. Because, as you say, if you're going to get an executive order that is going to do away with, and I believe that I've actually seen at least part of the text of one of them that has kind of been leaked out, it is going to undo the damage that has been done to Title IX. Title IX deals specifically with gender issues, sex and gender issues in sports. I mean, that's what it does. So, or through the, or I should say in education, not just in sports and education here. Obama did great damage. He's going to do with executive orders that Loretta Lynch asked for at the end of the Obama regime. We know what the damage that Biden did. I don't know how much of it is going to be reversed. I know that what Biden did is, but that's social policy.
It was social policy, and I think one of the things that is great is that young conservatives and traditional conservatism has come back. And it's come back because of the push for the Latin Mass, which Pope Francis is very upset about in his recent book. So there's been a real push for a return to conservatism, and not because we don't look at the modern age and take great pride in the things we've accomplished, but because the way of governing in this era with this socialism, liberalness, it doesn't lead to a strong country. And there is a way to look at what we've accomplished on a tech basis, like with Elon Musk and other technological advancements, and to say we're going to take that, but we're also going to have some traditional values. The idea that that's such a threat to the United States is a perverse belief that Democrats pushed over the last 4 years.
Yeah, Griff Jenkins is live at a rally somewhere in Washington, D.C., and I got a bunch of screaming
USA! USA!
young people. These are young people.
I got this one. Okay, she's walking away. She's a young kid. She was nervous. I was going to try and put her on. But you can see the
Magdalene, you're young. I'm not. I'm a geezeroid. I can't look at this to the eyes of youth. But Midish Chur has been making fun of me the last couple of days, going like, okay, your big day's coming up. This morning when we got into the studio, she goes, okay, it's your big day. And I went, no, it's not my big day. It's America's big day. This is a big freaking deal, especially if you're a young person. No young person wants to grow up in a Soviet freaking gulag. Nobody desires to starve to death. Nobody, I don't care how DEI friendly and whatever you are, nobody wants to lose, especially when you have your peers that are telling you, yeah, dude, you're a freaking loser here. I think the big winners here, again, are young people. And I think that unlike the first iteration of President Trump in 2017, not that he was opposed to them, but this, as you have been saying, Magdalene, since he picked J.D. Vance, by the way, a Catholic convert, for my Catholic bros out there, who was converted to the faith because he studied history and he went, Oh my gosh, I need to become Catholic. And he went to J.D. Vance knows Kevin James. He knows Father Ripperger. He knows Mel Gibson. He knows there's a spectrum out there, very conservative Catholics. And J.D. Vance knew those guys. J.D. Vance went to basically a Dominican priory in Indiana and studied enough of the faith until the prefect or the prior was there, was like, I think you know the faith well enough, I'll baptize you. And then he was baptized and confirmed. To have a very conservative and a very tradition-minded who was brought into the faith by TLM, traditional Latin Mass Catholics. I said this today and happened to Mike Parrott, and I think I talked him into it, but I don't think he agreed with me. You can't put a price tag on having Vance that close to the action as a practicing Catholic and as someone that, I don't know that he's a tratty, but he's at least friendly to tradition. I think that's huge.
It's definitely huge, and I think that him having a young family is a great indicator. And let's just look at what the influence around Trump will be in the next few years. You have Vance, you've got Speaker Mike Johnson, a man of deep, deep faith, a real, true social conservative, along with many other Christians and conservatives. And then you look at who's been pushed out in the recent days, and Vivek's placement spoke volumes, sort of at the back, waving to people, but people weren't waving back. There was a real effort to sideline him, and I think that's because while, of course, the Republican Party is always open to having people in who might be libertarians or independents, it is the Republican Party. And Vivek got to a place where he thought we were post-party politics. He thought it was one giant tent, and I've seen many people fall for this before. That's not where we are, and I think his belief that that's where we are is what pushed him to the sidelines.
And let me talk for just a moment here about Magdalene. How embarrassing is what Biden did on the way out of office for Democrats and certainly for young Democrats? Remember, the whole mantra on the Get Donnie movement was no one is above the law. Well, unless you're Francis Biden, unless you're James R. Biden, unless you're Sarah Jones Biden, unless you're Valerie Biden Owens, unless you're John T. Owens, or unless you're General Mark Milley or Anthony Fauci or any of the J6 committeemen. I'm still waiting for a Constitution scholar. My own scholarship says that those pardons are not going to stand up in a court if it is decided that charges need to be or grand juries need to be held to go after January 6 committee members. But how embarrassing is this for the alleged party of we don't lie? We're the party of justice. No one is above the law, including Donald Trump. They kept saying it. They said it for 3 years. No one is above the law. Didn't Biden just piss that entire campaign away? And shouldn't Democrats be embarrassed by this?
Well, Democrats, I think their embarrassment started when he pardoned Hunter. And I think he pardoned Hunter early on for the process, because that was the one he went back and forth with the most. There are unconfirmed allegations and reports that Hunter threatened to release a book if Biden didn't pardon him. We will never know that. But I think in general, Biden does know that his family is not squeaky clean. And there have been presidents who I think knew that their family, even if they were deeply investigated, you wouldn't find anything. There wasn't really like self-enrichment for a lot of past presidents before the last 40 years in the way there has been for the Bidens. But for Biden to pardon his brother, to pardon all these people, what does that say about his level of confidence in the ethicalness of their business practices? It says very little. And I think if Trump's looking at it, he might pardon his family because he knows what the left will do to them, but not because he thinks Don Jr. made deals with China to get millions of dollars or that Eric made deals with Saudi Arabia. That didn't happen. And that's the difference here. Trump may be somebody of extreme privilege and wealth, but he's not someone of extreme corruption. And that's always been the differentiating factor between him and all the other Washington elites.
Well, and I think you're seeing corruption on display here, and the fact that Biden felt compelled to include in his statement in the executive orders where he issues these pardons. He felt this is not an admission that anyone has done any wrongdoing. It's just that we know who this Trump. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, and Biden was paraphrasing. We know who this Trump guy is and how mean and nasty and hateful and spiteful and vindictive and filled with a thirst for revenge is. So we're going to cut him off at the pass and not allow him to have it. So a couple of people, Maggie, what is that you have there?
Joy Reid and Adam Schiff talking about preemptive pardons.
Oh, let's do preemptive pardons here, Magdalene, here on the Mike Church Show on Inauguration Day, a most glorious, beautiful day in our history here, folks. Here's what Democrats are saying about this. Here's joyless. This is back in the day about the heinous nature of a preemptive pardon.
Barack Obama never had to think about whether he needed to pardon Sasha and Malia, and yet Donald Trump is reportedly discussing pardons for his kids. The presidential pardon was originally meant to grant the president the power to temper justice with mercy. It was not enshrined in our Constitution so that a dishonorable man could reward his criminal allies, friends, and family for their corrupt practices. Trump is considering preemptive pardons for his adult children. Late last night, we learned that Trump has discussed preemptive pardons for his 3 eldest progeny. The news was first reported by the New York Times. And joining me now is Congressman Adam Schiff of California, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. Have you ever heard of somebody getting a preemptive pardon who was innocent of all crime? Who's just an innocent person? Have you ever heard of that? Just somebody getting a blanket pardon and they're an innocent person?
But no, it's the president's own family. It's people that have been covering up for the president in addition to his own family. And so there is a self-interest at play as well. It's been essentially a den of thieves environment. And so I think the president used this as his way of trying to protect those that have protected him.
Oh, my. So there was Joyless Reid, or Ann Reid, I'm sorry. She's just taking the joy out of her name, she says. And Pencil Neck Adam Schiff going, this is unprecedented. What a criminal enterprise this is. Mud on an egg all over their faces now. What an embarrassment for Biden to have done this on the way out of office. And he left some of them. He left the last 2 so that they basically would be robo-signed while he was at the inaugural so that nobody could ask him any questions about it.
Yeah, and I think when Trump leaves office, he should pardon his whole family. I think that that's the practice now. If we're going to live in hyper-partisan politics, and Biden set the standard, when Trump leaves office, pardon everybody. Maybe that's what people who want to be in highest office, who want to serve, have to do. And that's fine if that's how we're going to play it, but it makes us look like a laughing stock to the world. But if Trump is going to deal with someone like Eric Trump, who he always refers to as the most subpoenaed person in the world, having to deal with that, then pardon them all. Don't pardon them for things that you don't think they should be pardoned for. But if they're going to use the force of government to terrorize the families of people who just deign to serve, I think that's fair. I actually have to jump off now, but I'll continue to run promotions.
Okay, sounds good. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
That's Magdalene Rose, Mike Church Show, political affairs correspondent. We're going to, there's so much happening here. We are going to broadcast live. We're going to keep it live here. So we're just going to take a quick time out. We haven't taken one since 9 o'clock this morning. Or 10 o'clock this morning. So we're going to step aside. I have been here. It is 1:51, so I have been in the chair for 3 hours and 51 minutes. So if you would humor me, we're going to, you're going to hear the outcue music, and then we're going to go to one of 6 previously scheduled commercial breaks that we skipped, and then we'll come right back, and we will be here live whenever President Trump heads over to the arena. You're going to hear the whole and watch the whole thing here. We're not going to start. Okay, here on the Crusade Radio Network. So keep it tuned right here. By the way, we don't work for free, and we appreciate your contributions. So please support our efforts here today. You can make a contribution by going to crusadechannel.com/donate. You can join us, and you get all these broadcasts every day and all of the stuff that we keep behind the paywall, including the daily video replay of the 3-hour-long show and the podcast from the show, all at crusadechannel.com/offer. If you're into YouTube right there and you're watching, and thousands of people have watched us today, we haven't gotten any contributions from anyone on YouTube. It'd be nice if someone would... Oh, besides Kelly, and thank you, Kelly. We chipped something into the tip jar there. Click that dollar symbol right there. And you can also, subscribe to the channel? That's free. Don't cost nothing there on the YouTube. We're going to take a time out here, folks. Mike Church here with you. Thanks for being with us on this incredibly historic day as we have watched and covered the inauguration of President Donald John Trump. Keep it tuned right here. We'll be back in just a few minutes here on the Crusade Radio Network and the Mike Church Show. Thanks for watching. Buying silver and gold is such a no-brainer that even snowmen know they should do it. Now, all precious metal dealers claim to be the best, but only one can claim they are endorsed by the King Dude, and that's Miles Franklin. My friend Andy Schegman's a regular guest on my show and a regular genius when it comes to silver and gold, and I trust him with my silver and gold purchases, and so should you. So email Miles Franklin today for your exclusive Mike Church Show discount price list. info@milesfranklin.com. The president and vice president's terms end at noon on January the 20th, in the year that the new president will be sworn in. Why does this matter? Why does it matter? It's date and time specific. Why does it matter? Well, what Congress was doing and what the states, when they ratified it.
You're listening to the Crusade Channel, a Black Hat Studios media property, broadcasting live 24/7 from Madisonville, Louisiana, and to the world via CrusadeChannel.com.
Where do you find gourmet coffee, great barbecue seasonings, and the best must-read books? Answer, the Founders Trading Post store.
Yeah, but how do we get folks to remember we sell so much more?
I got it. Remember the McDonald's jingle?
All right, Lou and I will buy.
Well, here goes. Rosary, stickers, lapel pins, stuff on bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
All right, now Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou, you can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
The president and vice president's terms end at noon on January the 20th, in the year that the new president will be sworn in. Why does this matter? Why does it matter? It's date and time specific. Why does it matter? Well, what Congress was doing and what the states, when they ratified it, were saying was that the powers of the presidency expire. It's just like a pumpkin, a carriage that's carrying Snow White, or Cinderella rather, turning back into a pumpkin. What powers does it have when it's a pumpkin? Well, it can't carry Cinderella to any more balls. It's a freaking pumpkin. When Biden's or Trump or Obama's or anyone else's term expires, what the Congress is saying is that your powers, it was giving a date set certain for the powers of the presidency or the vice presidency to end. Milley hasn't been charged yet. Fauci hasn't been charged yet. You can't preemptively prevent grand jury from meeting. You can't preemptively prevent the execution of the law without repealing the law. He doesn't have the power to repeal laws. He certainly can't. Here, I have a question then. If he could do this, well, then why does he have to leave today at noon? Can't he just write an executive order and say, I am preemptively ending the...
That's all. All right, well, the Medical Advisory Board has informed us that the battery of tests to which you've been subjected, you've passed these tests with flying colors. And we congratulate you for that.
Thanks.
However, this commission, in good conscience, cannot recommend you for a license, and we therefore deny your application.
Didn't I do what you asked?
Yes, you did.
So I should get a license, right?
Not exactly.
So why'd you give me all them tests if you was never passing me?
We've got to stand by our decision here, and we have to deny your request for a license at this time.
Yo, don't I got some rights?
What rights do you think you're referring to?
Rights, like in that official paper that they wrote down the street there?
That's the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, the Bill of Rights. Don't it say something about going after what makes you happy?
No, that's the pursuit of happiness. But what's your point?
My point is I'm pursuing something and nobody looks too happy about it.
But we're just looking out for your interests.
I appreciate that, but maybe you're looking out for your interests just a little bit more. I mean, you shouldn't be asking people to come down here and pay the freight on something they paid. It still ain't good enough. I mean, you think that's right? I mean, maybe you're doing your job, but why you gotta stop me from doing mine? Because if you're willing to go through all the battling you gotta go through to get to where you wanna get, who's got the right to stop you? I mean, maybe some of you guys got something you never finished, something you really wanna do, something you never said to somebody, something. And you're told no, even after you pay your dues. Who's got the right to tell you that? Who? Nobody. It's your right to listen to your gut. It ain't nobody's right to say no after you earn the right to be where you want to be and do what you want to do. You know, the older I get, the more things I got to leave behind. That's life. The only thing I'm asking you guys to leave on the table is what's right.
This ought to be the official Trump theme and not YMCA. This is classy, YMCA is not. This screams America, doesn't it? This screams comeback kid. This screams, whoa, why are you trying to lock me out? Well, the point is I'm trying to pursue happiness. I'm trying to pursue something here. Nobody looks too happy about it. I love it. We are now 2 hours, 23 minutes, 12 seconds away from the end of the long national nightmare. Joseph Robinette Biden and Kamala Harris being formally, by law, deposed, kicked out of power. And President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance taking the oath of offices. Interesting here that Vance is actually qualified to discharge the office. So very much a great and happy day, a great and happy occasion here. Looking very much forward to President Trump and a blizzard, as they were saying, of executive orders to come out of the White House when Trump is returned. There's a lot of reminiscing that we could do about what's happened over the course of the last 4 years. There's a lot of reminiscing that we could do, and I think most people have forgotten that at the end of year number 3, Donald John Trump had started to figure out the game that they were playing on him, the scam that they were playing on him in Mordor. The Rosetta Stone moment, the touchstone, the epiphany, whatever you want to call it, moment was when Pelosi put the articles of impeachment up for a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives, and they passed. Here is a choir from Nebraska singing something about the inauguration. They all have their Nebraska scarves on. If you're not watching this, if you're listening to this on radio. This is the sound of one voice. You recognize this song? One people, one voice. Song for everyone. You know, one of the things I wonder, what are the headlines at the Daily Mail, for example, today? I don't recognize the song, or otherwise I would stay with it. About the American inauguration. You know, we were all fascinated. Supposedly the world was fascinated by the coronation of Prince Charles, remember? And millions of people tuned in, or to become King Charles, tuned into the ceremony to make a prince a king, and then the world watched because of the regal, the circumstance, the pomp and circumstance, and what have you. Is the world watching this with anticipation or trepidation?
Anticipation.
Maggie says, anticipation. Or in the words of Carly Simon, anticipation is making me wait. We just played the clip from Mike Johnson revealing to journalist Barry Weiss that he knew Biden was incapacitated in February of 2023. Now, I asked the question, well, why didn't he say something? Why did he just reveal this 3 days before the door hits Biden in the butt on the way out? And some people asked the question, well, don't you think that Biden, that Johnson did the right thing? He spared us from having Kamala Harris as president, and this was the right thing for the country and for the world to do. Okay, fair point, I think. But once Harris, remember I told you, there's no way the coup to kill Biden as candidate Biden succeeds if Harris isn't in on it. I'm sorry, no one will ever, I don't care who writes what in a memoir, no one is ever going to convince me that Kamala Harris was not involved in taking Biden out. And that they went to her and they asked if she was going to cooperate, and they told her that the reward for cooperation was she got the nomination. You cooperate with us in taking him out. You know, now, what I do look forward to someone writing about is why they decided to do it when they decided to do it. These are the same people that orchestrated the great cheat and the great steal and the handing of the regime, the handing of the regime's power to Biden in the first place in January of 2021. And then they waited? Why? Then they had to live this lie for 4 years? How many people could keep a secret for that long? How many people could tread water, hold water, run interference for, lie for? Something so grave. I mean, Johnson's in there talking about, wait a minute, you didn't sign this executive order. Trying their dash. The
fact that no one cracked.
It's almost not believable that no one, not one of them cracked under pressure. Which, you know, just goes to show you the point here. Let me make the operative point here. The Democrats can be relied upon to act demony, to deceive, to play tequila like the Muslims do. They are all in it. As long as the promises made at the crossroads are kept, they apparently evil can march in lockstep with evil. Isn't it kind of just kind of instructive, though, that it doesn't seem that good can march in lockstep with good? Maybe that's because good is divided into 41,000 denominations here in the United States. Last census, there were 40,000 supposed Christian religious denominations. 41,000. Maybe that is truly the divide. Maybe Don McLean's American Pie song, when he says, I saw Satan laughing with delight. Maybe that's what McLean was writing about. How come evil, though, is always, evil always seems to be united? For example, why is evil united with gruesome Gavin Newsom, who is overseeing what you could make the case for is an intentional destruction of much of Los Angeles? By the by, I played you that clip from that real estate guy on Friday who's going like, I don't think that half of these people are coming back, that they're going to move back to the Palisades. Why should they? When they can just go buy a house that's already built somewhere in Santa Clara or in Santa Barbara or in the San Joaquin Valley or wherever, and they can just go about their life. Why move back into the $1.5 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million enclaves from which they came, which would then beg the question, with all the streets and everything they're cut in through there, the cleanup has to begin. You look at the destruction there in California through the fires. And I'm telling you that if there's any honesty, and this is going to get out, right now they're all marching in lockstep, except for the one lesbian police chief or fire chief that went, you're not blaming this on me. We don't run the water service. They run the water service. That is all on them. They run the water service. They were in charge of filling the reservoirs up, not us. Crusader Stadium chat room. I said we were going to, on this inauguration day and this festive celebration day, that we were going to get to 100 chatters here today. That is looking like another prediction that is not going to come true. But like Maggie said, maybe people are waiting to tune in till later on today, until it looks like until the actual inauguration is actually going to occur. And look, if Ding Dong the Witch is Dead, if it would be appropriate to play Ding Dong the Wicked Witch is Dead, then I would think that people would have great anticipation. Well, you don't have to work here because we went to the store yesterday. Look, this is funny. Southeast Louisiana, we don't prepare for ice storms. If you tell us a hurricane's coming, we'll go, hell yeah, let's have a party. You tell us the snow flurries are on the way, and it's like, oh my gosh, we're all going to die. We went to the grocery store yesterday out of necessity. The parking lot was full. When we got there, I'm like, what the? The shelves were picked clean of eggs, for example. Apparently people are anticipating, because they've never seen a snowflake, many of them, that when a snowflake hits the ground here in southeast Louisiana, it's going to stay. It's going to get down to 18 degrees on Wednesday morning. It's going to snow pretty much most of the afternoon and evening tomorrow. That winter band is coming. I just saw the update, and if anything, it's gotten bigger, so we're going to get it. But it's just amazing to see people getting all prepared for all this. I don't know that people are working today. Is school in today? Did they send the chairmen off to school? Okay, well, they're not going to do it tomorrow because it's supposed to start snowing tomorrow afternoon, right? Yeah, Father Damien canceled Mass tomorrow because I jokingly said from the announcement podium on account of Snowmageddon heading this way. Well, in any event, welcome to all of you that are in the chat room. By the way, take a Founders Pass membership at 47% off. Use the coupon code POTUS 47. It's POTUS 47. And you can get all the video replays of this show, all the audio podcast replays, all of the new Parent Talk podcast, for example, and all of the thousands upon thousands of other great audio features, shows, podcasts over the course of the last 9 years, and the ones that we will make this year, all at your fingertips there through the Crusade Radio Network app or the website. One low price per month, and you can take 47% off. That's basically half off today. So go to crusadechannel.com/offer. crusadechannel.com/offer. One more thing about play Gavin Newsom quickly. Number two. So, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson goes like, no, there are going to be conditions attached to another bailout of California. Gruesome Newsom is out there, of course, going, this is un-American. You can't attach conditions here. People in Louisiana never had conditions. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. You're not bailing the people in North Carolina out because you're saying, no, we're just not going to tell you, we're not going to let you build back better. You guys need to move somewhere else. Why did California ought to be left to its own device. They already owe us like over $1 trillion. We've been bailing them out for 20 some odd years. Look at read Stephen Greenhut's book about California, the cow pens and cow pair system. They're broke. They've been bankrupt since the time of the housing crash, 2007, 2008. They don't have any money. They've been borrowing it from us. We have been funneling through block grants to California to keep it afloat. That's the dirty secret. So here's Newsom telling Johnson to go shut up and just start writing the checks, buddy.
Never in California questioned whether or not we as taxpayers in the largest state in the union should support the people of Louisiana at a time of emergency and need. We never conditioned it. We never talked about putting the full faith and credit of the United States of America with the debt ceiling bill.
Stop the tape just for a second here. You people in Hollywood are out there throwing stones at us going like, you know hurricanes are coming. Why do you still live in flood zones? Why do you still live in the path of a hurricane? Like hell you didn't.
In corporations that don't need it, and then put at risk the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans that happen to live in California, a state with millions and millions of Trump supporters, Speaker Johnson. And Mr. President-elect, millions of your supporters are out here. They need your help, they need your empathy, they need your care, whatever compassion you can express, as opposed to condemnation and divisive language that has aided and embedded nothing except mis and disinformation that's flamed fear and flamed a lot of anxiety for folks.
Stop the tape before I start screaming. We're not bailing you out. We're not rebuilding Southern California. You want to talk about flames? You are the cause of said flames. We're not paying to rebuild your state. You didn't pay to rebuild the homes destroyed or flooded out by Hurricane Katrina. You know, can I just, all right, I got to get to Magdalene, but Magdalene, we have a lot to talk about because we're going to be doing it here until Trump is inaugurated and then afterwards too. So we'll have plenty of time to talk. I'm going to challenge this. If you come to the city of New Orleans and you have a car, get on the I-10, headed towards Slidell. I'm going to tell you how to get to where I'm talking about. Take the Franklin Avenue exit off of I-10, not 610, not the go around, I-10. Take the Franklin, oh, wait a minute, that is the 610. So you're on 610. Take the 610, take the Franklin Avenue exit, take a right, that's south. You're going to go through an area on either side of the street about a half a mile in where you're going to start noticing down the street from the facade, or if you're going to see a lot of stuff closed on Franklin. If you were to stop and take a right or a left on any of those streets that you're going to go about a half a mile or so in before you get to St. Claude Ave. You get to St. Claude, you went too far. That's the 8th Ward and the 7th Ward. They will never rebuild. No, the people that were living in the 8th, the 7th, and 8th Ward, they never came home. It's still abandoned. Those places are condemned. Thousands of houses there are still not occupied. The federales never came in here and rebuilt the parts of New Orleans that were destroyed. They just didn't. The big fancy places that you could make TV shots in front of, yeah, there was some bailout. And you know what? And by the way, Gavin, you know what the condition that was put on bailing freaking Louisiana for Katrina out was, you jackass? It was Mary Landrieu's vote for Obamacare. 4 years later, still not rebuilt. Mary Landrieu, the senator from Louisiana, sold her vote to Obama, to Schumer, or whoever, to get the Affordable Care Patient Protection Act passed, because she wasn't going to vote for it, supposedly. So don't tell me we have to rebuild California and there aren't any conditions. And as I said, parts of Louisiana still destroyed. There are parts of Lake Charles destroyed by Hurricane Laura that have never been repaired, you jackass. Magdalene Rose, Mike Church Show political affairs contributor here on Inauguration Day. Magdalene, how are you?
Me, my bad.
Magdalene, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
What is going on here today with the big Inauguration Day? The Democrats...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with the Democrats seemingly still poised to try a repeat of 2017 and try and thwart everything that Trump and Vance are going to attempt to do, if the indications from Ocasio-Cortez and the rest of them are any indication.
Well, I think one of the things that's clear is Democrats in some ways have really given up hope, and that's why they're not there. That's why they're skipping the inauguration. That's why they don't seem to be talking as much to media outlets. And I think that there's two things happening here. They know that Trump is going in with a much better understanding of Washington and the D.C. machine.
Yep.
And the other side of that is Trump is also going in with a different family nucleus. If you think back to 2017 and that inauguration, I think people assumed that the people closest to him were Ivanka and Jared and Don Jr. Looking at it this time, it's clear that it is Melania and Barron and Trump's brother and Melania's father. It's a much different family nucleus. And I think all of those people are much less interested in their own self-interest. I don't think there's any enrichment interest for those people. And his vice president is also much more competent. So I have more faith in this administration because the family nucleus around him seems to be to have their feet much more on the ground than it did in 2017.
Yeah, and he has a far better vice president to advise him than he had in 2017 as well.
He does, and I think also the fact that they have young children, it's a good thing. It brings life into the White House. The second lady to be, Usha's family is there. There is really a feeling that there is more steadiness in this group. And in 2017, despite what a lot of people say, I don't think
Hey, Magdalene, hang on just a second. Trump and Melania are at the White House meeting the Bidens. Don't you wish you'd do one of those AI films where Trump would tackle Biden right now? Shut up. Boy, let me tell you, Magdalene, you can't see this. You don't have the benefit. We're going to come right back after the news break if you can rejoin us for a little bit. Melania is like standing as far away from Jill Biden as she can get. They just walked into a hallway, and that hallway is about 8 feet wide. Melania was 7.5 feet away from Jill Biden. The tension there is palpable.
It definitely is, and I think that's because these people have tried to kill and imprison her husband and destroy her stepchildren for several years. So her not bowing down and making it all normal to me is very refreshing.
The headline is the Bidens host the Trumps for a pre-inauguration tea, and there is the door is now closed at the White House. They're going to go in behind quarters here. We'll talk more. We're going to take the news break, folks, and we will come back as soon as the festivities begin here on the Crusade Radio Network. Magdalene, hope you can join us for whatever you can. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yep, and I'll be running all the promotions.
Okay, sounds great. Folks, we're going to take as I said, we'll step aside here for just a moment and take the news, and we'll come back here on the Crusade Radio Network for the historic inauguration of Donald John Trump. Look, I dressed up today for the part. Trump didn't wear his. This is his. This is his action. This is his tie. Now, of course, he doesn't have the waistcoat, but everything else is yours truly. Thanks for watching. Take 47% off the Founders Pass membership today. POTUS 47 is the code. We'll be back sometime after the news here with more inauguration coverage here on this historic 20th of January day. God bless you. Merry keep you. See you in a bit. Well, today is the date that literally will not live in infamy. Well, we hope it won't live in infamy. Today is the date that will live in fame. 20 January 2025. The inauguration of President Donald John Trump is POTUS number 47. I am pumped, psyched, ready to go. How about you? Mike Churchill here on the Crusade Radio Network. Asking the question of the day.
What in the wide world of sports is going on here?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm going to have to get rid of this one. I'm going to have to remake this one.
In order to ensure the security...
Because the Emperor has been vanquished.
The Republic will be reorganized into the first galactic empire!
No, you can't.
Secure society.
So I'm calling on Congress to pass these reforms, and I'm going to sign them into law. You called down the thunder, well, now you got it. You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Alrighty, the call and line telephone number if you'd like to be on the program today, 844-527-8723, 844-5-CRUSADE. Email address, same as it ever hath been, I am KingDude at protonmail.com. Crusader Stadium chat room open at crusadechannel.com/chat. I just want to get right into it and just tell everyone how giddy I am for today. You know, 4 years ago today, we awaited the installation of regime leader Biden. You know, on the 17th of January, it might have been earlier than that, but somewhere around the 15th, 16th, 17th of January, I issued a memo as the founder of the Crusade Radio Network and residing officer, news director, HMFNIC around here. Some of you going like, HMFNIC, look it up, dude. HMFNIC around here, and said that we will not be calling in all of our newscasts and radio programs I am ordering you as your program director. You will not use the terminology President Biden. You will call him some iteration of regime leader, self-appointed czar, whatever you wish. Regime leader was the one that stuck. But you will not honor him and call him President of the United States, because he's not. He was not duly elected. Yes, that election was stolen, and I don't care who doesn't like it. By the way, we can all say that now. There's nothing they can do about it. That is one of the glorious things about today. Being an election denier, well, that ends at noon today. You can deny all you want. As a matter of fact, I would say that denial is going to become dogma. It's going to become a matter of doctrine. But here we sat on this day, and I want to say that the inauguration, if the calendar is correct, and we're just delayed or offset, rather, by 1 day, then Biden would have been inaugurated on Sunday, January the 20th. Isn't that fitting? The man that would go on to desecrate the U.S. Constitution, all that it's ever stood for, the rule of law, precedent, tradition, you name it. And then for extra credit, let me go ahead and kick my Catholic brothers and sisters in the teeth for 4 years while I'm at it. Yeah, it's fitting that he was sworn in on a Sunday. A sacrilege. A disgrace. And a shot across the bow of God. But I'm sure God was laughing and going, yeah, you go ahead and do that, Joe. 4 years ago today, the United States and our people began with much trepidation what would ultimately result in it being one of the most horrific and disastrous years of a presidency that one could possibly imagine. Lincoln starting a war in January of 1861 might top that. Franklin Delano Obama conspiring with Churchill to get us into a war in 1941 might top that. What Franklin Delano Obama did when he succeeded Herbert Hoover as president and instigated this monstrosity we are still stuck with here today called the New Deal might trump that. James Earl Carter's 4 years were an abomination. Lyndon Baines Johnson's 4 years were an abomination. Somebody may be saying, what about Obama? You can't leave Obama out. Obama was terrible. But remember, though, Obama was kind of, at least he was kept in check for 6 of those years because he lost the House. He only had the House for 2009 and 2010, and thanks to the shenanigans of Pelosi and the Democrats and they're going to get a bailout, aren't they? And what did I call it? The porculus succubus stimulus $1 trillion, Obamacare, and all the ending of and the confiscation of student loans. Obama did a lot of damage in 2 years. Please don't misunderstand it. And he continued to do damage for 6, but some of that damage was at least mitigated because the countervail of John Boehner having the speaker's gavel. Not that Boehner was a great speaker, so don't misunderstand. So were they lamentable? Yeah, but nothing like what the Biden regime has done. Let's just go down the sins here for those that are new listeners that don't know me from Adam. We're going like, I want to check their show out today. Okay. Kamala Harris, not eligible to be vice president because she's not eligible to be president. There's no force on earth that can change that. By the way, I'm not the only one now that says that. It's amazing to me that I was saying this when she announced she was running in 2019. I'm like, she's not eligible. She can't be president. So why didn't somebody in the Democrat Party say this to her? I was actually surprised that it wasn't Biden. That he didn't, kind of hip check her there. Her father was a citizen of Jamaica. Her mother was a citizen of India. At the time of little Kamala's conception here in the United States, neither one of them intended. As a matter of fact, Mr. Harris, the jury is still out. There is no paperwork that says that Professor Harris ever became a U.S. citizen. Some say that he was naturalized in 1968. There's no paperwork for this. This is a claim that is made by Stanford University. So, Mrs. Harris at one point in time did go through the naturalization process, but that's all you need to know right there. That means that little Kakala wasn't an NBC. She was not a natural-born citizen at the time of her birth. Case closed. She can't be president. If you don't like what the Constitution says, then go and change it. As a matter of fact, Lindsey Graham has an amendment that he is offering. I agree with Lindsey Graham on this, to end birthright citizenship, to change the language of the 14th Amendment, and to finally straighten out what a natural-born citizen is. So we've had someone sitting one bullet in the White House, one bullet away, that is basically a foreign agent. The entirety of Kamala Harris's wretched existence in public life was one of an outsider that was a foreign interlocutor. There was nothing about that woman that screamed American success story. There was nothing about her that screamed being pulled up by the bootstraps or anything of the sort. And then when she was instrumental in the coup to take out Joe Biden, tried to pretend as though she didn't know that this old man had dementia and that they didn't know. You know, I think they knew in 2019. This is the great crime here. Did they, when they made him their nominee, did they not know? Did they not have doctors going like, you know, that this guy's got dementia, right? You know that there's a good chance he's not going to make it 4 years, and I'll have all his cookies and marbles together so that he can make this decision or that decision, et cetera, et cetera. Let's also recall what happened in February. By the time Biden is sworn in, the good things that Trump had done as POTUS 45, Biden starts firing off executive orders to get rid of. Remember, at the time also, the disaster was that Pelosi had the gavel. When Pelosi has the gavel and you have a communist in the White House, I'm not even sure Biden's a communist. Satanist? Yeah, for sure. Apostate? Yeah, for sure. Is he a communist? I don't know. Does he even know what communism is? It wouldn't be long before people that were deranged and should be in mental institutions began being nominated for positions of high power. Don't ever forget that Mitch McConnell, to his everlasting fame, refused to allow Obama to seat Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court. If McConnell doesn't do what he does, then you don't have Justice Gorsuch. Instead, you have Justice Garland. So Garland comes in, he's nominated and then confirmed as AG, and he obviously has a vendetta. And he and Biden conspired over the course of the next 4 years to take it out on anyone that was even in the orbit of President Trump. I think that the great crime that has been done is not just a lawfare and as they call it, the weaponizing of justice and all that stuff. It is, can the damage that has been done to the American people, who now, if you thought that we didn't trust, hi, I'm from the federal government, I'm here to help. You might note I actually have a vampire repulsing real crucifix right there. I just bought it yesterday. It's made out of real olive wood. It comes directly from Bethlehem, from the Holy Land, and it has relics of the Holy Cave in Bethlehem, and something from the Garden of Gethsemane and something from the Mount of Olives. So I actually have vampire repellent right there. These people would invade and would be taking up positions of power. Dick Levine. What is Dick Levine going to do? Now, the fake woman who was, again, psychologically deranged, mentally deranged and challenged, who Biden put as second in command in the Health and Human Services Department, the largest department in the monstrosity that is the federal government. Who did Biden put in charge of HHS? the heretic Catholic Xavier Becerra, who had the unmitigated gall and audacity while talking about murdering babies in their mother's womb and increasing the amount and making it illegal to ban morning after baby killing pills. Then went on to tell the tale at his confirmation hearing that he had a rosary in his pocket, as if somehow the Blessed Mother, the mother of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, was okay with killing babies. Look, I'm just grasping at some of the low-hanging fruit here. I don't want to do a full recap of the nightmare. Megyn Kelly said yesterday, our long national nightmare is over. I believe that's a line that's attributed to the end of Watergate and to the resignation of Richard Nixon. I think that's where that comes from. In any event, well, the nightmare is not over because the people that brought it about are still in place. Let the record show, ladies and gentlemen, here on 20 January 2025, that I think one of the greatest comeback stories in the history of comeback stories, we were all in the first part. So all great stories have three arcs. You have your setup, and then you have the all is lost, the hero's going to lose, right? And then at the end, the climax, then you have the hero, hey, there's a miracle, and he's making a comeback. And he is actually going, it looks like if he fights hard, he might actually win the day. We're somewhere in Act 2. We're still at, no, all is lost, and the hero still is probably going to lose. So we haven't gotten to Act 3 yet, but I think we're on the precipice of Act 3. You know, I watched and we broadcast yesterday the victory rally for the Make America Great Again victory rally, and there weren't a lot of speakers there. Elon did speak for a couple of minutes. The family spoke. The ambassador to Israel, Steve Witkoff, spoke. Who was the other guy? The other Steve spoke. Megyn Kelly spoke. We weren't very many. Kid Rock did a mini concert. I think he played a half a dozen songs. Lee Greenwood, of course, sang what he usually sings. And then Trump comes out and gives probably 45-minute speech, and you can tell that the President Trump he's excited. But the thing that I like most about what I heard and what I saw yesterday, and this is hard for someone like him, was him saying that this is our victory. This isn't for me. This is for all of you. Tomorrow, when I take the oath, I go to work for you. We're going to make America great again. Let me just give you a highlight reel. At about 12:01 p.m. this afternoon, the security clearances of the 52, quote, experts who swore that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation are going to have their security clearances revoked. The executive order's already been written. Trump has named, there's a memo out. President Trump has named these bastards by name and said, your security clearances are all now revoked. You don't have any. Well, I'm not reducing you down to a level. I'm revoking. It's like Dean Wormer in Animal House. I'm going to revoke your charter. This is the first act. Is this retribution? No. This is justice. The first act. I watched Tom Homan yesterday, I guess he was on with Hannity, and was asked, are the deportations going to begin on Monday? And Homan just kind of looked at him like, are they? Wait and see. And then the question came up, what about Gavin Newsom and Governor Dim Whitmer and Governor Healy and Murphy and all the other sanctuary states? And he goes, well, I'm going to give you the code again. It's U.S. Code 814 III, paragraph C. It is illegal to harbor an illegal alien. And he said, let me tell you what's going to happen. Democrat politicians across the United States are going to be arrested. I'm going to do the arresting. I'm going to throw them in jail. If they get in the way of any of our officers in the enforcement of the law, and if they harbor one single alien, they're going to jail. Now, I can't wait to see some of them actually hauled off with their hands behind their backs for maximum impact. Or President Trump, I'd go like, don't just, I don't want the handcuffs. I don't want the handcuffs. I want them in leg irons. I want them perp walked. Make the governor of Massachusetts carry what do you think, Elon, about a 60-pound ball? Give her a 60-pound iron ball, chain it to her leg, and make her carry it to the paddy wagon. Poop's about to get real here today. Let's go back to the setup here. We were here. Folks, we have been here for the inauguration of every president since Bill Clinton. I have been on air since 1993. That's a long time. So Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. This is my 9th. I am more excited for this one than I was in 2016. The great thing about 2016 was Hillary was avoided. It was ding dong, the Mario, the wicked witch. It was ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. This one is different because a war was waged against us. Remember Biden giving all these speeches going, MAGA extremists. Red America, white supremacist and MAGA extremist. Well, I'm a MAGA extremist. Are you? As a matter of fact, I wish I had a T-shirt. I'd wear it today. It says MAGA extremist. Paroled. I'm going to play you a clip from Ronald Reagan in 1981. I'm going to read from Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address. This is a very interesting thing about Thomas Jefferson. By the way, all of you Crusaders out there, today's a super fantastic day. I expect to see triple digits of you in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. For those of you watching on YouTube, YouTube's off to a crawling slow start today. Wow. Maybe people are sleeping in because there were playoff games late last night. Today's a big day. Are you going to pull out the good champagne and the good whiskey and all that stuff? It's too cold to go outside and smoke, but I could go in the garage. I do have a Havana or two. Make no mistake about, though, when we get to some of the historical aspects of this, I like talking about this. Thomas Jefferson is only known to have spoken in public 3 times. Did you know that? Jefferson is only known to have spoke publicly 3 times. 3. He did not speak in 1776 on July the 28th, when the Declaration was laid on the table, as it says in history books and in my movies. He did not speak on July the 1st when they had the debate and to defend the Declaration. Instead, the defense was done by John Adams, so Jefferson did not speak. Jefferson did not speak publicly when he was Secretary of State under Washington. He didn't speak when he was John Adams' vice president. He spoke once at the University of Virginia. The second time that he ever spoke publicly was at his own inauguration, which is kind of interesting that it happened in March. He was inaugurated in March of 1801. And there is a Project 76 on my website at mikechurch.com, and I link to it in today's Church Doctrine email newsletter that most of you don't read, and even more of you just click the unsubscribe button. Why in the hell are you spamming me? There's a lot of good intel in that little newsletter every day. Try it out. For example, I link to Jefferson's speech. This is interesting. In one of the posts on my website, I'm going to tell you how the whole day went, and that Jefferson was offered a carriage ride. He was told, look, your carriage is outside, Mr. President, and he refused. He's like, I'm a president. I'm not a king. I can walk. And so he walked from what was then the old White House to and they were still working on and building a Capitol building of sorts in Mordor. So he walked to his inauguration, and he had a speech in his hand. He actually gave it. That's the second time he ever spoke publicly. There's some great words of wisdom in there. We're going to share them with you.
I'm Janet Huxley at the Crusade Radio Network.
who want to get drunk fast. Since 1992.
You saw me standing by the wall, corner of a main street, and the lights are flashing on your windowsill. All alone ain't much fun, so you're looking for the thrill, and you know just what it takes and where to.
I think this song has a massage.
Don't say a prayer for me now. Save it till the morning after. No, don't say a prayer for me now.
Performing this show with half my testosterone tied behind my back just to make it fair. An oasis of toxic masculinity, Catholic and constitutional common sense, and a sea of angry, lesbian, despondent, single, barren cat ladies. What is Tim Scott saying about this?
Justice. What he's doing right now is most of us as Americans find disgusting.
Do you think he'll pardon his brother? We have, what, 4.5 more hours?
Why wouldn't he at this
Right.
point?
Why wouldn't you?
I don't understand what the liberals, don't understand about empowering the American people to make good decisions, putting the blindfold back on Lady Justice. That's not happening in the last 4 years. But thank God Almighty.
Oh, okay.
that today is a
For
new
those of you that okay, here's what happened in the last 10 minutes. I mean, literally. Biden issued a letter on White House stationery claiming that he was preemptively pardoning the entire January 6th committee. Of course, just the Democrats on it. General Mark Milley, Anthony Fauci, and who else did he list by name? Well, Fauci and Milley, the only two that I think are listed by name. I have it right here. I could read you. In certain cases, some have even been threatened with criminal prosecutions, including General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the members of the Staff Select Committee to investigate January 6th, blah, blah, blah. But by the way, pardons are also coming today from President Trump. All of those 200 and some odd people that were forced to cop pleas on 010621 are all getting pardoned today. Full commutations of sentences. Someone's going to ask me, and I'm going to explain to anyone that will listen to me, this does not have the force of law. That's what Tim Scott should say. Is like, this isn't going to stand up in court. You cannot preempt the government from acting against someone as president of the United States. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to explain this quickly if anyone cares, okay? Let me give you the constitutional reasoning why this isn't going to matter. And I'm surprised, Biden knows Dershowitz and other constitutional attorneys. I'm surprised that somebody would tell him, dude, you're wasting your time. This is a purely symbolic thing. Watch what they do, not the symbolism. This is completely and totally symbolic. It has to do with amendments. So the okay, so the 20th Amendment to the I wrote this up. I should have it somewhere. Here it is. Amendment number 20, Section 1. The terms of the president and vice president shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of senators and representatives should at noon on the 3rd day of January, the years in which the terms would have ended if this article had not been ratified. The Congress shall assemble, blah, blah, blah. If at the time fixed for the beginning of the term of the president-elect shall have died. Then it tells you what happens if something has happened to the president-elect. Congress may, by law, provide for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the House of Representatives, blah, blah, blah. This article shall be enacted. Okay, so Amendment 20 says, because apparently there was confusion over this, the president and vice president's terms end at noon on January the 20th, in the year that the new president will be sworn in. Why does this matter? Why does it matter? It's date and time specific. Why does it matter? What Congress was doing, and what the states, when they ratified it, were saying, was that the powers of the presidency expire. It's just like a pumpkin, a carriage that's carrying Snow White, or Cinderella rather, turning back into a pumpkin. What powers does it have when it's a pumpkin? Well, it can't carry Cinderella to any more balls. It's a freaking pumpkin. When Biden's or Trump or Obama's or anyone else's term expires, what the Congress is saying is that your powers, it was giving a date set certain for the powers of the presidency or the vice presidency to end. Milley hasn't been charged yet. Fauci hasn't been charged yet. You can't preemptively prevent grand jury from meeting. You can't preemptively prevent the execution of the law without repealing the law. He doesn't have the power to repeal laws. He certainly can't. Here, I have a question then. If he could do this, well, then why does he have to leave today at noon? Can't he just write an executive order and say, I am preemptively ending the term of Donald John Trump and declaring myself POTUS 47 or POTUS 46 Part 2? If he has the power to reach into the future and compel things to be done or not done, well, then why can't he do it to the presidency? Why would it be then limited? I'm going to ask the stupid, tough questions here. Why would it then be limited to just pardoning people? What other power does he want to exercise and he can just reach into the future? See, this is why Congress set the date certain of the time, because this is the finality of presidential powers ending. I have a question for you. For people that go, the Constitution is pretty clear as to what it's trying to do here. Article 2 sets out the powers of the presidency. The pardoning power is one. He knows that he has to do it today. Can he reach into the future? Can he reach into the future and say that Hunter Biden's children can't be prosecuted for something that's going? This is so preposterous. It's so ridiculous. The SCOTUS is just going to nuke this. If it comes up, President Trump they already knew that this is going to happen. They're going to have a response this afternoon. It may be contained in an executive order, or it may be or it may just be a Trump-Vance presidency vice president, because it won't be a transition any longer. Anyone that thinks that Fauci is safe, by the way, why try and protect Fauci? What did he do? I thought he was the hero. Remember? Senator Paul, that's because you're wrong about everything. If you're looking for the science, I am the science. Remember, he's the science. Well, wait a minute. Who would prosecute Fauci and under what conditions? In 2022, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wrote a book called The Real Anti-Fauci. He's basically saying those two people are criminals. That's right. Biden is saying that Milley and Fauci and everyone on the J010621 committee are criminals. And I don't want them to be criminals, and they're buddies of mine, and they were doing what I told them to do, so I'm not going to let them be prosecuted. I have a question. Can Biden preemptively prevent Trump from rescinding their security clearances? Why not? Can Biden preemptively dictate the value of the stock market for the next 100 days or so? And say, 200 days, stop in the pressure me. And again, if you think this is stupid and of no force of law, you're correct. You don't need Alan Dershowitz or Kevin Gutzman or anyone else, or Tom Woods or anyone else, or Jonathan Turley or anyone else to explain this to you. If it quacks like a stupid duck, then it is a stupid duck. So don't worry about it. You know, this is also a way, I'm going to get you MAGA bastards. I'm going to rain on your parade. Me and old Corn Pop are going to have one shot over the bow. One final F you to the American people. Just like on Friday, this clown proclaimed that the Equal Rights Amendment was ratified. And then I'm putting it into law. And I'm reading this going like, no, it wasn't. If you don't know the history of the Equal Rights Amendment, when Congress passed it and sent it to the states to be ratified, Congress said 38 states have to ratify and have 7 years. It set a time limit. Date certain. You have 7 years. It was at 34 states after 7 years. And so the Democrats, being in control of Congress, said, okay, we're going to extend it. They didn't mean 7. They meant 10. So they extended it to 10. And when 10 years came along, it still only had 35 states. And it died. It's dead. The language of the amendment says it had to be ratified by a date set certain. And it wasn't. Case closed. By the way, I'd make the case that if they tried to say that it was ratified and start enforcing it, which would basically unleash a legal maelstrom of hell, people would be tied up in courts for 100 years. There are not enough courts to adjudicate cases that would be brought under the Equal Rights Amendment, which is why it wasn't ratified. So, folks, here on the inauguration of President Trump, don't sweat any of this stuff. This is all just a bunch of crap. Welcoming all of you here on a Monday that are watching or listening out there anywhere across the amber waves of MAGA reveling. Crusader Stadium chat room is open at crusadechannel.com/chat. We got lots of digital media files and stuff that we could get into here today. I'm going to play you later on in the program. I'm going to play you a clip from President Reagan's first address from the Oval Office in, I know I have the date. The date was the 5th of February, 1981, so 16 days into his presidency. Reagan decides that, hey, I think I need to go out, and I'm not going to go to the press and have a press conference. I'm going to go directly to the people. So he convened a primetime address, and he asked the networks, will you cover it? And he got the networks to cover it, and this is how he began implementing the Reagan plan, which, of course, we have the hindsight and benefit of history. We know that it worked. But I want to play the part where he talks about inflation, because the inflation monster had to be put back in the cage. What causes inflation? Government printing of money. The easy answer is government printing money, increasing the money supply. Does President Trump know this? Has he told the Zion King that he knows this? We'll find out. 844-527-8723 is our call-in line telephone number. Big news here. Trump to suspend security clearances for CIA contractors who colluded to discredit Hunter Biden laptop story. President-elect Donald Trump will suspend the security clearances of 51 former intelligence officials. I told you this in the first segment, but new people are listening now. Who were found to have coordinated with the 2020 Biden campaign to discredit credible and serious allegations contained on Hunter Biden's laptop about his family's influential peddling operation. By the by, will there ever be any justice for the tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars that have been laundered through the oligarchs? You want to talk about oligarchs, Hollywood people? Let's talk about the oligarchs in Ukraine. The ones that are in bed with and buddies with the Bidens and the Kerrys and the Pelosi's and the Romneys and all the rest of them that have been laundering money through that through that country since 2009. 2009. Not only did federal investigators eventually confirm that Biden's laptop was authentic, a June 2024 report from the House Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government and the Permanent Select Subcommittee on Intelligence found that, quote, the 51 former intelligence officials, Hunter Biden's statement was a blatant political operation from the start. It originated with a call from top Biden campaign official and now Secretary of State Anthony Blinken to former Deputy CIA Intelligence Director Michael Morrell. The committee, they actually know that it was Blinken that made the call. Drop the dime, brah. It was Blinken that made the call to set up the 51 to go on record and sign a letter saying that it was Russian disinformation. The committee's investigation revealed that without this outreach from Blinken, Morrell would not have written the statement. Indeed, Morrell told the committee that the Blinken phone call triggered his intent to write the statement. The statement's drafters were open about the goal of the project. We think Trump will attack Biden on the issue of this week's debate. And we want to give the then vice president a talking point to use in response. They did this. These lying, thieving, stealing, conniving pricks. They did this for the debate. Isn't that election interference? This is certainly more election interference than anything that Trump's been accused of. Note, I say accused of. Did these 51 people get prosecuted for election interference? They should. Mike Churchill here on Inauguration Day 2025. And the committee also found that high-ranking CIA officials, up to and including then CIA Director Gina Haspel, were made aware of the Hunter Biden statement prior to its approval and publication. They coordinated the whole damn thing. Speaking of the CIA, Trump said yesterday, I watched the victory rally from start to finish. Well, most of it. I was running in the other room because I wanted to see if the Eagles were going to beat the hated Rams, and they did. And I don't like the Eagles, okay? As a matter of fact, I can't stand the Eagles. I'm officially a Commanders Jaden Daniels guy now. In any event, I saw most of it. The Kid Rock songs, they're going like, I've already seen the records. I know what's on them, et cetera, et cetera. Trump said during the victory rally yesterday, he mentioned RFK Jr. being the great HHS secretary that's coming in. And he said that we're going to declassify all the JFK files, all of them from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And the world can see what the government actually knew. The JFK files that Trump was going to declassify in 2020. And he would have done it had Bill Barr not told him, don't do it. You declassify that, you're going to start a riot, or whatever Barr told him. Well, Barr's not around to tell him no now, and now he said publicly he's going to declassify them. Here's a question for all of you. What do you think is in them? Chickadee, what do you think's in it? I don't know, but I'll give you two choices of what may be contained. Let's see. And the files that have been hidden or suppressed or classified or whatever. I think one of two possibilities. One, there's confirmation in those files because there were letters or other documents that will corroborate the reporting of many, many other researchers on the Kennedy assassination that the Central Intelligence Agency colluded with the ONI, that's the Office of Naval Intelligence, that the ONI was charged with finding the snipers and placing them through basically through assigning them as naval officers and what have you here, but that the CIA instigated it and the ONI carried it out. And that we're going to find out that, and again, this is just the name that I happen to, I've done a lot of studying on Kennedy. Many of you have, maybe you have a name that I don't have. Roscoe White. Roscoe White's son told Geraldo Rivera in 1977 on an ABC primetime show that his father killed President Kennedy, and that he knew that his father had done it. And he found something in a journal somewhere that was in the attic, a note that his father left behind saying, I pulled the trigger. I'm the one that did and he actually said, I'm the one that fired the bullet from in front of the car, or something to that effect. If that's true, then that may be what's contained in the file. Second possibility, there was no Roscoe White. There was no collusion with the Office of Naval Intelligence. Everything that could possibly be known about it is already known about it. Oliver Stone's film, JFK, pretty much is the documentary on it. Pretty much nothing to see here. And yeah, well, hey, glad you got the rest of the files. Now you can see. The CIA didn't do it, or if they did, there's no paper trail of it. And you guys have basically been chasing this conspiracy theory for 70 or 60 some odd years. You get bupkis. you're stupid. Why did you do that, et cetera, et cetera. I would say to the second claim, well, then that's not going to put the usual suspects at rest. Alex Jones is not going to crawl back into his hole.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay.
And all the rest of them, and they're all good. You're investigating this, or you're looking into it. Good for you. I think it's a good thing. I think everyone should know. What if there's nothing else to know? Now, to me, this would be the greatest psyop in history. This would mean that the CIA intentionally launched the conspiracy theory industry, and it is an industry. It has superstars. I just played one of them. It has its own canon, its own code of canon, and it has everything that an industry or a religion, hell, it's a religion at that point, and that the CIA gamed all the conspiracies. And it set them into motion, going like, we're going to keep them busy. We're going to, here, don't look over here, what we're currently actually doing. No, don't look here. No, hey, big, nice and flashy over here. No, Kennedy, no, the CIA did it. There was a conspiracy. The American government was in on it. No, look here. No, not here. Look here. That, to me, is the likelier of the two outcomes. I don't think we're ever going to find out who actually had the weapon. You know, the cover-up began immediately. If you watch any of the documentaries that contain statements from the doctors that, treated Kennedy at the hospital, the ER doctors, who will now all swear, the ones that are still alive. They did a show, back in 2015 or 2016, where they all got together and they were asked, okay, if you guys talked about this, and they all said, no, not since it happened. And they all got together and they go that's not what happened. That's not what happened. That bullet was a frontal shot. And they all agreed, every single one of them. So what will be discovered? I don't know. I think you're going to get punked, though, by the CIA. It's far more likely that the conspiracy theory industry was actually set into motion and created by the Kennedy assassination. Maybe that was the reason. Maybe they needed this kind of, this active underbelly of Americans out there believing that the government was capable. Now, if you ask me, I think the government is capable, and it did do it. It was capable of killing its own president, pulling off the execution and lying and trying to cover it up. But what if what is revealed just kind of shows that, they actually didn't do it. Oswald acted alone. Imagine that. Will anyone accept that finding? Here's a question. Will RFK Jr. accept that finding? That's kind of on him at that point. In any event, those are going to be declassified. What else there's so much going on here today. There's a big storm headed this way. I just want to preemptively say this. It's going to get down to 18 degrees here on Wednesday here in the New Orleans area. Tonight it's going to get down in the upper 20s. Tomorrow it'll stay cold all day. We have a winter storm coming. I saw the radar this morning. They haven't changed the forecast now. We are going to get snow clobbered. I know this won't matter to you people that live in the NAR because you're used to this. We're not. So we're already making plans that it may impede broadcasting capabilities tomorrow. We're not used to snow. Even if I hook the generator up and everything, that doesn't mean that the internet lines down the street, if they go out, they got backups and stuff, but it does create havoc in the system here. So I'm just forewarning anyone that there is a likelihood, and anyone knows the history of us being here in Studio Saint Michel in Madisonville, that we are prone to blackouts. The wind blows over 12 knots. A pole's going down somewhere. The wind's supposed to be blowing at 20 knots, and it's supposed to be snowing. Now, I haven't heard anything about freezing rain. Thank the Lord. So just warning you about all that. We're going to be here all day for the inauguration festivities, folks. 2 hours left to go. Don't go away. Back in the heyday.
7 people that are reporting to you, you're the CEO.
So I was obviously campaigning and helping President Trump win the election. While in the middle of it, and as I was growing my social media platform and my X platform, I get an email from an organization adjacent to Kamala Harris's campaign. And basically what they do is they reach out to me via email and they say, hey, Alex, we have an opportunity for you. We want to offer you $150 to be quiet about Trump and to support Kamala Harris. Now, $150 is not a lot of money.
That's not a lot.
Not a lot of money. And so I say, absolutely not. Please go away and never talk to me again. So I post this screenshot.
Working toward the day when all Walmarts are sold out of women's kitchen aprons and frying pans.
How you doing?
I've never seen you look like this without a reason. Another promise falling through another season passes by you. I never took the smile away from anybody's face, and that's a desperate way to look for someone who is still a child in a big
It's in a big country.
like a lover's voice.
Like America. All aboard! That's coming aboard. The freight train of truth is leaving MAGA inauguration station here. Mike Churchill is on. This portion of the program brought to you by my friends at 2awatchcompany.com. That's the number 2awatchcompany.com. They have an amazing, so cool. I can't wait to get mine. POTUS 45/47 wristwatch. And so many other great Second Amendment themed watches, and now Liberty themed watches. If you're a watch nerd like I am, and you want to see small American businesses succeed, like my buddies George and Josh, well, then go pay them a visit. Tell them I sent you. Go to 2awatchcompany.com. 2awatchcompany.com. You'll commit it to memory soon. 2awatchcompany.com. Use the coupon code CHURCH at checkout. That's CHURCH at checkout, and take 10% off already great deals and prices on these guys they're making their own watches here. And you have the choice of Swiss movements or Japanese movements. Really cool watches. Very excited to be working with Josh and George and the 2awatchcompany.com store. Again, at 2awatchcompany.com. Now, what are you asking me about St. John's Church?
I was asking if he was going to church before.
Oh, I don't know.
He's stopping there first.
Oh, he's stopping at St. John's Church. That's, I want to say that's an Episcopal church. I want to take you to the inauguration of one Thomas Jefferson. This is from the 4th of March, 1801. Here, I'll give you the link in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. You can find it in there. Well, I'm amazed, and just looking at you people's comments in the chat room. Can you let him just get sworn in before you start swearing on stacks of Bibles that he's already betrayed you? Is that asking too much, you cynical people? Can you hold your fire from, he's not going to do this, Vivek is already toast? He mentioned Vivek by name. I watched the whole thing, start to finish. I saw everything that he said. I didn't leave the room when he was on. He mentioned Elon, and he said, Vivek, MAGA, Swagger, MAGA, Swimmy, and Elon, where are you? And then he said, Elon, where are you? So if Vivek is fired, I don't know how you can be fired for something you volunteered for. If Vivek is fired, they didn't tell President Trump because he mentioned Vivek on the stage yesterday afternoon. When then Elon got on there and he was all nervous and fidgety. He's always nervous and fidgety. Have you ever watched this guy? He's not a good interviewer and he's not a good public speaker. You know, if you ask him a tech question, he's okay. He can answer the tech question. This is Jefferson's inaugural address. I'm going to skip most of it. This is on March the 4th, 1801. The amazing part about this is how long a paragraph used to be. At the turn of the 19th century. I'm looking at this going like, dude, there were sentences that are longer than most people's paragraphs today. Have we lost our grammar skills here, folks? Maybe. Now, again, I said this before, Thomas Jefferson is known to have spoken 3 times publicly. Once in the 1790s, or 1780s, I forget the event. Once at his own inauguration and once at the University of Virginia. I think it was when they accepted his books, because he donated a bunch of books to set up the UVA library. As a matter of fact, his books are still there. You can't check them out, but they're there. So he's only known to have spoken publicly 3 times, Jefferson. This is one of them. The speech is long. Now, you got to remember, he went through this battle with John Adams to get the presidency. And it wasn't until the 38th ballot when Hamilton convinced Luther Martin, or whoever it was of Maryland, to change their vote that Jefferson was then elected president. The contest of 1800 was so nasty and so long and it was so uncertain that it was going to be settled that's how you get the 12th Amendment. That's the catalyst for the 12th Amendment. So history will show. And in the 12th Amendment, they go, all right, the founders screwed everything up. They got all of this crap wrong. We got to fix this. So when he's talking about the contest that just happened, that's what he's talking about. During the contest of opinion through which we have passed, the animation of discussions and of exertions has sometimes worn an aspect which might impose on strangers unused to think freely and to speak and to write what they think. But this being now decided by the voice of the nation, announced according to the rules of the Constitution, all will, of course, arrange themselves under the will of the law and unite in common efforts for the common good. All, too, will bear in mind this sacred principle that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Let us then, fellow citizens, unite with one heart and one mind. Let us restore to social intercourse that harmony and affection without which liberty and even life itself are but dreary things. And let us reflect that having banished from our land that religious intolerance under which mankind so long bled and suffered, we have yet gained little if we countenance a political intolerance as despotic, as wicked, and capable of as bitter and bloody persecutions. Now, he is talking about the French Revolution. That's what's in his mind. And in his mind, and in the mind of many Americans at the time, this was all the fault of Catholics in France. Of course, history ultimately would get it right and would show that it was the Masons, the Jacobins. This is all they're doing. The church was the victim. The 16 Carmelite beautiful sisters that were beheaded on the same day on 17 July 1794 were the victims. And thousands of priests that were drowned in the Seine and the, what is the other river? I forget the name of the other river. I should know this. Were drowned and were put into boats, stripped naked and made to be strapped to beautiful, buxom young ladies as a taunt. And then they roll them out into the middle of the Seine, and they actually take a gun and blow a hole in the bottom of the boat so that the priest and the young woman who was a Catholic would drown together. Papists, they called them. But go ahead. It was the Papists that caused all that. So that's what he's talking about. That's a historical context. During the throes and convulsions of the ancient world, during the agonizing spasms of infuriated man seeking through blood and slaughter his long-lost liberty, it was not wonderful that the agitation of the billows should reach even this distant and peaceful shore, that this should be more felt and feared by some and less by others, and should divide opinions as to measures of safety. Are you also getting that Jefferson was a wordsmith? Jefferson was basically the product of what you would call today homeschooling. True, better charge plan. He went to the University of William and Mary. Again, after his private education, his homeschooling, yeah, he attended William and Mary. He studied under George Wythe, the great founding father, or one of the founding fathers of the Old Dominion. But what a way with words. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this union or to change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. Did you catch that, Bob Kopka? Jefferson was talking about men that wanted to secede. Secede! Secede! And there were a bunch of them. Timothy Pickering of Massachusetts among them. By the way, President Trump has left the Blair House and is on his way to St. John's Episcopal Church, and I guess there will be whatever St. John's does as a caricature of a Catholic Mass, which the Episcopalians do. I've never been to one, so I can't tell you off the top of my head, but they are cousins of ours. So are the Anglicans. So are the Episcopalian is basically the American branch of the Anglican Church, which does have what it calls a mass.
Apparently, this is a presidential tradition.
Yeah. I guess you go to this event at St. John's. In any event, just telling you what he's doing and where he's at. Maggie, you can go ahead and flash it up on the screen if you just want to show people who are watching out there. There's almost no audience on YouTube today. We have no traffic on our YouTube. I guess people are going to tune in later today. But for those of you watching on X or wherever else, there you go. Well, they just showed him and Melania and Barron walking in. All right, back to Jefferson. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve, okay, already did that one. I know it indeed that some honest men fear that a Republican government cannot be strong, that this government is not strong enough. But would the honest patriot, in the full tide of successful experiment, abandon a government which has so far kept us free and firm in the theoretic and visionary fear that this government, the world's best hope? So you see then that Peggy Noonan did not write that line, last best hope on earth. That's always attributed to Reagan, but you can see right here, where did Reagan get it from? He got it from Jefferson. May by possibility want energy to preserve itself? I trust not. I believe this, on the contrary, the strongest government on earth. I believe it the only one where every man at the call of the law would fly to the standard of the law and would meet invasions of the public order as his own personal concern. Sometimes it is said that man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Who said that? Hobbes, the philosopher. Can he then be trusted with the government of others? Or have we found angels in the forms of kings to govern him? Let history answer this question. Now, here is, to me, the takeaway line from the entire inaugural address. A wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. I mean, that's pretty much it. You could just take that, put it in Trump's speech today, let him take credit for it. No one like me no nerd is going to look it up. Let us then, with courage and confidence, pursue our own federal and Republican principles, our attachment to union and representative government, kindly separated by nature and a wide ocean from the exterminating havoc of 1/4 of the globe, too high-minded to endure the degradations of the others, possessing a chosen country with room enough for our descendants to the thousandth and thousandth generation, entertaining a due sense of our equal right to the use of our own faculties, to the acquisitions of our own industry, to honor and confidence from our fellow citizens, resulting not from birth, or this is a knock against aristocracy, but from our actions and the sense of them, enlightened by a benign religion, professed indeed and practiced in various forms, yet all of them inculcating honesty, truth, temperance, gratitude, and the love of man, acknowledging and adoring and overruling providence, which by all its dispensations proves that its delights in the happiness of man here and in his greater happiness hereafter. With all these blessings, what more is necessary to make us a happy and prosperous people? Well, I don't know. If you were to go hang out in certain chat rooms today, certain individuals can find all manner of stuff that they're not happy about today. You're getting rid of Biden and you're getting Trump back. Trump is the great Rocky story of all of political history. There hasn't been one before. There probably never will be another. But for any one man to have overcome the obstacles that they threw in front of him and but to refuse to be beaten, all of you cynics out there, aren't you just a little bit inspired? What is it actually going to take? And I think it is. For some of you, it's actually going to, at least in what you write and what the rest of us read, is it actually going to take? Are we going to actually have to go and find the grave of St. King Louis IX and do a necromancy ceremony? Call upon the dark arts and demons to revive him and put him on the horse and have him ride down Main Street and proclaim new Christendom? As I said earlier, can you let the guy be inaugurated before you throw him under the bus and back it up and then run him over? Still one thing more, fellow citizens, a wise and frugal government, which is the one that I just read for you. And then there's more in what he says here. I suggest you read it. Here's his conclusion. This is Thomas Jefferson's inaugural address from 1801. Relying then on the patronage of your goodwill, I advance with obedience to the work, ready to retire from it whenever you become sensible how much better choice it is in your power to make. And may that infinite power which rules the destinies of the universe lead our counsels to what is best and give them a favorable issue for your peace and prosperity. I am Thomas J. Jefferson. So there you go. And that is one of 3 Jefferson public addresses. I suggest you can go and read the entire thing. I also suggest that Jefferson is coming into power at a time when Adams hates his guts. Pickering hates his guts. All of New England hates his guts. They all think that he shouldn't be president. They fight him. You know, they really lose their poop when he buys Louisiana. And then he gets this guy John Taylor of Caroline County, and he said, "Hey man, you're far smarter on the Constitution than I am. Dude, I need an excuse. How can I buy Louisiana and have it be constitutional so I can write a letter to the Senate and they'll go along with it?" And, of course, in my book, John Taylor of Caroline County, American Statesman, that letter is published. Where there's like 4 letters that are published. But Taylor goes like, "Oh, well, Mr. President, I could tell you how we can do this." It was pretty much the same power then that would ultimately be used to buy Alaska. And now that Trump is talking about, well, let's buy Greenland. If they want to sell and they want to be part of the U.S., let's buy them. Why not? It's the way big business is done these days, isn't it? All right, our call-in line telephone number, 844-527-8723, 844-5-CRUSADE. Now, what could Jefferson learn from Ronald Reagan? All right, what could Trump learn from Thomas Jefferson? Well, I just gave you the operative parts. You can learn a lot more than that, but that's from Jefferson's inaugural. Now, what could Trump learn from Ronald Reagan? In 1981, Reagan inherited an economy that is far more distressed than this one is. Now, it's true it didn't have the crushing debt. The government was about 1/16 the size that it is today. And as they say, Reagan had some actual wiggle room. But the one thing, when Ronald Reagan gave his first televised address on the 6th of February, 1981, the entire video, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can see the entire video right here on the Crusade Radio Network YouTube channel, which hopefully you will subscribe to because we'll be here with you all day. But the one monster that Reagan isolated said, and I thought he gives one of the best explanations that I've ever heard, when he explains to the American Schursons out there what inflation actually is, who causes it, and how you can stop it. Watch.
We know now that inflation results from all that deficit spending. Government has only two ways of getting money other than raising taxes. It can go into the money market and borrow, competing with its own citizens and driving up interest rates, which it has done, or it can print money, and it's done that. Both methods are inflationary. We're victims of language. The very word inflation leads us to think of it as just high prices. And then, of course, we resent the person who puts on the price tags, forgetting that he or she is also a victim of inflation. Inflation is not just high prices. It's a reduction in the value of our money. When the money supply is increased, but the goods and services available for buying are not, we have too much money chasing too few goods. Wars are usually accompanied by inflation. Everyone is working or fighting, but production is of weapons and munitions, not things we can buy and use. Now, one way out would be to raise taxes so that government need not borrow or print money.
The government.
But in all these years of government growth, we've reached, indeed surpassed, the limit of our people's tolerance or ability to bear an increase in the tax burden. Prior to World War II, taxes were such that on the average we only had to work just a little over 1 month each year to pay our total federal, state, and local tax bill. Today, we have to work 4 months to pay that bill. Some say shift the tax burden to business and industry, but business doesn't pay taxes. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. Business is being taxed so much so that we're being priced out of the world market. But business must pass its costs of operations, and that includes taxes, on to the customer in the price of the product. Only people pay taxes, all the taxes. Government just uses business in a kind of sneaky way to help collect the taxes. They're hidden in the price. We aren't aware of how much tax we actually pay.
Boy, how true is this?
Today, this once great industrial giant of ours has the lowest rate of gain in productivity of virtually all the industrial nations with whom we must compete in the world market. We can't even hold our own market here in America against foreign automobiles, steel, and a number of other products. Japanese production of automobiles is almost twice as great per worker as it is in America. Japanese steel workers outproduce their American counterparts by about 25%. Now, this isn't because they're better workers. I'll match the American working man or woman against anyone in the world. But we have to give them the tools and equipment that workers in the other industrial nations have. We invented the assembly line and mass production, but punitive tax policies and excessive and unnecessary regulations, plus government borrowing, have stifled our ability to update plant and equipment. When capital investment is made, it's too often for some unproductive alterations demanded by government to meet various of its regulations. Excessive taxation of individuals has robbed us of incentive and made overtime unprofitable. We once produced about 40% of the world's steel. We now produce 19%.
Oh, it's down to 2%
We were once the
now.
greatest producer of automobiles, producing more than all the rest of the world combined. That is no longer true. And in addition, the big three, the major auto companies in our land, have sustained tremendous losses in the past year and have been forced to lay off thousands of workers.
Okay, so pause it because I want to pick up on it. We'll play some more later. This is what Ronald Reagan came into office and what he was facing here. He's setting up the American public for what were come to be called the Reagan tax cuts, which were reductions in marginal tax rates across the board. Didn't matter how much money you made, you were going to get. Under President Reagan's plan, you were going to get a tax cut, and you did. And the idea was that, okay, stop robbing, stop taking from labor the energy that it needs to advance and to succeed. Pretty much what Jefferson said. The mistake that Reagan allowed the Democrats to make in Congress was he should have told them, no, Art Laffer is wrong. Spending must also be cut, and they didn't do it.
The antidote for the civilization kill.
Working toward the day when all Walmarts are sold out of women's kitchen aprons and frying pans.
And welcome back to our live coverage of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump as POTUS number 47. The 60th inauguration is about halfway through now. Can you believe that? So the delay was the congressional luncheon had an itinerary. It wasn't just everybody sit down and go to a big luncheon hoop-de-doo and then get up and leave when you want. It had scheduled speakers. Klobuchar had to get up there and do her song and dance and thank all these people. And then it was almost like it was a wedding. Steve Scalise had to do a bit, and then they had to do a bit for the vice president, for J.D. Vance, and then Mike Johnson had to get up there and do a bit for Trump, and then they did bits for the first ladies. And I'm looking at the clock going like, they didn't time this out very well, because the schedule said that they would be at Capital One Arena at 3 Eastern. Well, it is 4:46 Eastern now. So they're running just a little behind. Here's the kicker. They got 3 balls today. There's 3 balls. So you're going to go do this signing ceremony, which he's going to go do, and then you're going to be there with these people who have been there since like 5 o'clock this morning. They waited to get in, and so you're not going to go anywhere. You're not going to leave. So I would imagine, being the consummate performer that Trump is, that he's going to want to perform and make it worth these people's while that they came and waited all this time to see him on his inauguration day. So he's going to sit down and sign executive orders. Here, you want to do something cool twixt now and then? Go to White House. .org. Have you seen it? Here, I think Maggie's computer is still trying to restart there. If you go to whitehouse.org, or is it whitehouse.com? I think it's .com, because .org brings up a... Nope. It's whitehouse.gov. I just went there because somebody put a link on Twitter. By the way, we are live. If you're watching this on YouTube, this is live. This is not pre-recorded as it was earlier here. Now you can see America is back. That is the actual website. America is back. Now, cut to my screen, because look what I have on mine. I have, this is a film. So this is what you get at, you didn't get the preamble film?
No, I'd already been there this morning.
Okay, so maybe it's probably because you had gone there once before. And then you get this screen, and you get the America is Back screen. And then here, this is cool, executive actions. These are the 5 executive orders he signed in the Capitol building. So now you know what they are. And we broadcast this live. The first one was cabinet. You can see what they were. The last one was flying the flag of the United States at full staff on Inauguration Day. I don't know who started the practice of flying it at half-mast. Probably the Biden regime, still whining into its fake news weak tea over 010621, I imagine, and turn the dash. Me and old corn pump, we're not falling for you. You're not getting us. We're flying the flag at half-mast. It's been a long day. We started this morning at 3 a.m., as we usually do. We're on air at 6. Didn't leave until about an hour and a half ago to take a break, and I thought it was going to be a quick lunch break. Obviously, that was not the case. And here we are. Okay, so look, if you cut to the scene on Fox News, show that scene there.
There's breaking news. A Border Patrol agent was shot and killed in Vermont.
A Border Patrol agent has been shot and killed in Vermont.
The suspect is an illegal, and he's dead as well.
And, of course, the suspect is an illegal. You can see, if you cut to the scene there from your breaking news, you could see on the inset there on Fox News, you could see the desk just a moment ago where there is a stack of executive orders, stack of books there here are being put onto the desk. And I guess Trump has his pens there that he is going to use to sign. Yeah, that looks like about a dozen, maybe more. Look there, and there are the official signing pens. So we can actually count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I count 12. There was like 12 executive orders there in those POTUS 47 binders like you had at the Capitol building. People have now gone and dug up all of the reactions to the embarrassing spectacle that was Joseph Robinette Biden pardoning his entire family. Now, what this is going to lead to is preemptively pardoning them. So what this is going to lead to then now is going to be presidents now, before they leave office, are going to pardon their entire families. They're going to, for extra credit, you might as well just go ahead and pardon everyone you were associated with and everyone in your cabinet to make sure that no one can ever be prosecuted for anything that they did all the way leading up to, God, who knows? And again, if you read the pardon for Anthony Fauci and for Mark Milley, it doesn't say what they're being pardoned for. It just says, I issue a full pardon, a preemptive pardon for what? Again, I'm not a lawyer, only play one on radio here, but I don't see how in the wide world of sports this is going to make it past any kind of court of appeals. So I don't know. We're just bringing you the news as we get it here. President Trump is now at Capital One Arena. It looks like the band is playing.
Prior to that.
So they have been trying to entertain people all afternoon. I mean, they had all their speakers have already spoken. They had Elon Musk out there doing the Gene the Dancing Machine from the Gong Show. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. And then he went back and he cracked a few more lines. I guess they left Charlie Kirk on stage for an extra 15, 20 minutes. And this is the symbol that you get from the wings when they want you to stay on stage. You get this. You get this. In other words, stretch it out, stretch. Poor Charlie was probably out there going like, Dude, you told me I only needed to speak for 15 minutes. It's been 45. Stretch. Yeah, kind of reminds me of the commercial that we're seeing on the football games for State Farm. Boondale Save. And they're telling Charlie Kirk. And Charlie's going like, about all I'm left with is Boondale Save. There's a picture in the chat room. We are back live in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. Trump toast JD Vance with a glass of Diet Coke. And there is a funny bit I saw. There was an interview with David Letterman in 1987, a very young Donald Trump. And Letterman's asking him about his childhood and stuff. And Letterman goes, okay, let me cut to the chase. What is it going to take to get you to drink? And Trump goes, there's nothing that, Letterman, there's nothing you can do to make me drink. It's not going to happen. And then Letterman starts going through this litany of ridiculous things. And then the last thing that he goes was, okay, would this make you drink? You lose your mind one day and decide to run for president. That's the last Letterman joke. It's on the pit. And Trump says no. He thinks about it. He goes, no, not drinking, not. So he doesn't take the bait. Mike Church here, the host of the Mike Church Show, here with you. We have entertained over 2,500 people on the YouTube stream here today. That is pretty much that's a record. That's a lot for us. Thank you very much. You could subscribe to the channel by tapping that subscribe button down there and helping us get to $100, a measly $100 in fundraising. You know, I eavesdropped and went over to the Right Side Politics, the Right Side Broadcasting page. Those guys raise like $100 a second from their YouTube chatters. $100 a second. And it's a big contest to see who can out-donate someone else. Because they're all going, oh, yeah, $3.99, I got that. Here, $4.50. So you can tap the dollar sign button right there in the YouTube chat and make a contribution. And maybe someday we'll catch up with all the big guys at Right Side Broadcasting News. Other event, do we know anything else about this shooting with this Vermont, with the state trooper that was in Vermont? Or no, I'm sorry, Border Patrol agent. Why was a Border Patrol agent in Vermont? Now, Vermont... Trying to think, does Vermont's border touch Canada? You know, it's kind of odd, don't you think? We were just hearing Senator Gary Peters the other day, and was it Doug Burgum's? No, it was Pam Bondi's confirmation here was saying that and the northern border is going to become just as important as the southern border. Everyone thinks that the action's on the southern border. Well, I'm here to tell you, buddy, it's on the northern border too with my state of Michigan. Just eavesdropping on what they're playing on the floor now. If they're playing anything here at the Capital One Arena. Trump is actually there. I saw the car pull in just a moment ago. The crowd is starting to cheer. There must be something happening there. And again, this is a full packed house here, MAGA faithful.
Well, they're getting ready, and
what? Kelly, thank you. Can someone other than Kelly? But you know what? Kelly is a great supporter. Thank you, Kelly. Now, can someone? How much does she donate? $20. For $20. Okay, so do I hear $20.99 from someone on the YouTube? That's how they do it on Right Side Broadcasting. I was just scrolling through my Twitter feed earlier here.
I'll keep doing it until my husband gets the notices.
Here is one of the, from 4 years ago. This is what it sounded like on the Clinton News Network when they discussed the horrors, the treasonous, traitorous horrors of presidents preemptively pardoning members of their own family. Do you have this one? Oh, you know what? I got to change my...
Advisors whether to grant preemptive pardons. What does that say? That he wants to excuse them for things before anybody's even saying there's an investigation.
President Trump, as he winds down his last few weeks in office, is considering preemptive pardons. What a mess. More as we know.
The source saying that some of the president's inner circle, well, they're telling him that it would be perfectly fine to pardon his family and other associates preemptively, even though they haven't been charged with any crimes. How much damage could be done to this country can he do to this country on his way out?
Is that a thing? Preemptive blanket pardons? I mean, I haven't heard about this since, like, Monopoly with a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Trump has discussed with advisors whether to grant preemptive pardons. What does that say? That he wants to...
I don't know, Chris. Why don't you tell me? What does it say? Now that Biden... It is so fitting. Because this is what they do. They project. The people that have demons in them always project what they are either doing, have done, or want to do. What does this say about America? What is that? What is this, a preemptive pardon? You just made that up. This is not a Monopoly game. You can't get a get-out-of-jail-free card. Apparently, if you're a Biden, you can. Again, just listening to the sound coming from the Capital One Arena as they are awaiting President Trump to take the stage there. That place is packed.
And President Trump
It has been all day. You know, I've been noticing something, though, as we kill a little time here on the Mike Church Show in the afternoon drive version of it. For those of you that follow us and know about the travails of live broadcasting, on the spot, trying to do it as things happen. This is, and I noticed this today, apparently they don't have their own cameramen. So they must be having to hire stringers or freelancers or whatever in Mordor in order to get enough camera guys for live shots at the inaugural. Because I'd imagine you got to have cameras all over the place. And the one thing that I noticed today on the coverage on Fox News, which gives me great hope for the Crusade Radio Network and our future here, because I would at least have planned this out. Now, I might screw it up, but I would have known that it could happen. Probably happened about a half a dozen times this morning alone, when they would go to a shot of someone that was following Trump to a corridor, for example, or something else. Hang on, folks.
What do I need to do?
And as I'm talking about it, it goes in. It happens. You see, because that's what happens.
That's karma.
Well, that's because I'm a host, engineer, and all the other things. But anyways, the people that have been following with the live shots at the Capitol building, for example, they didn't mute their mics. And when the director was going to a live shot of, say, J.D. Vance or whoever, J.D. Vance's wife, walking into the Capitol building, because they must have had more than one camera guy, because their mics weren't muted. I was hearing footsteps. We were all hearing footsteps and chatter. And I'm looking at Maggie. She's looking at me. She's going, that ain't coming from me. And I'm looking at my computer, and that's not coming from me. And it was coming from the Fox News feed. And those guys at their master control were pulling their hair out because they're looking at each other going like, where the hell? Where's there a... Here, for all of you that are in the chat room, your favorite time of day, Hot Mike! This is the most exciting, thrill-packed thing that ever happens Nothing that we ever say on air is as thrill-packed and exciting as a Mike Church show. It's almost like it unfolds in front of your very ears in agonizing slow motion. Pretty accurate. It was Steve Martin, the old Steve Martin slow it down bit. Thanks to Ricardo Suarez for $100 just chipped in the chat room. Thank you, Ricardo. You want me to do the hot mic thing over again? Because I'm happy to do it. In any event, again, still awaiting President Trump to take the stage at Capital One Arena. And then after he does that, if I'm him, I'm going to be in a hurry. I'm going to be like, dude, I'd be looking at my guy going, hey, Brad, it's 5 o'clock already. We're supposed to be at the first ball at 4. They have the grand ball, they have the something ball, and then they have the Lincoln ball. There's 3 balls. It's on the schedule that you it's on the schedule that you published earlier. The three balls. In any event, they're live at the arena. Trump is there. He hasn't taken the stage yet.
Liberty and Starlight.
Okay, I see it. There's Commander-in-Chief ball, Liberty. I thought there was a Lincoln ball, and then the Starlight ball. I wonder if they're all 3 at different places. I know this Colonel Rob Maness is there.
Deliver remarks at all of them. Good luck, fellas.
Yeah, Trump to deliver remarks. He is like the Energizer wind-up president. They just wind him up. Now go out there and talk. It's kind of like what you people do to me. No, KingDude will do it. Go out there and go say something. Oh yeah, I'll just make it up. We'll just song and dance for another 3 or 4 hours. Also heard and seen today, Tucker Carlson roaming the streets of Washington unescorted with no security, no security detail. Well, the comments were like, look, it doesn't look like he's afraid. As of 4 years ago, if any right-wingers were roaming the streets 4 years ago, of course, they would have been terrified and horrified because BLM and Antifa and all the rest of them would have been there and would have been chasing them and making holy whatever. I know this, as I said earlier, Colonel Maness is there. I don't know which one Colonel Maness is at, but I saw him with his... Elon Musk. Oh, you want to hear here? You want to see Musk from earlier? This is, okay, so at the end of Musk's speech, he says something to Trump. He puts his hand on his heart, and then he throws it up towards the stars, which is then what gets described on the Clinton News Network as a Nazi salute to Trump. No, I'm not making it up. Here, this is... How did you get all the way down at the bottom of my... Where are you? There you are. You're at the bottom of my signals. I must have sent you something since this morning. Here is Musk's song and dance to the crowd there at the Capital One Center as they await, we await. Did I not hit send?
I have it already.
Oh, you have that already. This is what it looked like earlier today. I hope, does it go all the way through the Nazi salute, the supposed Nazi salute? If it would be all the way at the end. It's the last thing he does. It's when he leaves the stage. Okay, well let's see.
The whole thing, it's 3 minutes.
Yes.
Yes! This
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. This you know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time?
On another planet for the first time?
Yeah!
Yeah! Elon Musk,
How
obviously.
How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future.
No.
Yeah.
Come on, Elon, what's wrong with you? It's just government wasteful spending, you idiot.
So,
Schaefer 13, you need to write Elon Musk a letter and tell him he needs to stop dreaming unless he's going to dream with his own money. Bastard.
And let me tell you, I'm going to work my ass off for you guys.
Well, you better. It's going to cost us like $400 trillion to go to Mars.
So, and, yeah. But I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So
yeah, but
man,
Elon, it's gonna cost
this is gonna be fantastic.
$4 quadrillion.
Thank you again. And yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys.
Watch.
Thank you.
No, he saluted. Wait a minute, I want to see. Okay, he must have done it earlier when he first came out on stage. There was supposedly a Nazi salute. The price of the bids are coming in now. Some people think it'll take $200 trillion to get to Mars. The low estimate that I've seen so far is $60 trillion to get to Mars. Let me just describe the scene to you of what is happening at the Capital One Arena. There are rows of white leather seats behind the desk where Trump is going to do the signing. And apparently guests and dignitaries and I guess cabinet members and what have you have assigned seating and are being announced. And they are announced, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage. And then, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Byron Donalds, who is actually going to his seat now. And then you go to your assigned seat. It's almost like they have white leather recliners, or what do you call it if it's not a recliner, but it's single seat? Just a chair. No, there's a name for it. No, it's not wingback. It's actually nondescript and square. You'll see it. There's Jared Kushner, who is right behind Byron Donalds, and I don't know who that dude is. They each have their own assigned seat. Look, Maggie, right there. What is that chair? See those?
Oh, those are just, I don't know. It just looks like a lounger.
She's calling it a lounger. Well, assuming that the transition, assuming that the inauguration committee paid for them, that's probably real leather there too. In any event, they'll all peel in and file into this, and then they'll all watch, and then so will the crowd, and then they will cheer as Trump signs those executive orders. By the way, we do not know what they are. We do know that one of them is to send troops to the southern border. We know that another one is to repeal all the damage that Biden did to Title IX spending, or to Title IX, to just the law of Title IX. We know one of them has to do with transgender madness in sports, although I think that there's a bill in Congress that I'm pretty sure is going to get out of the House. I don't know what they're going to do with it in the Senate. By the way, speaking of the Senate tomorrow, J.D. Vance, you have just reached the first plateau. Tomorrow, J.D. Vance will find out whether or not John Adams was right or not, and was the office as the vice president of the United States, was it the most thankless, worthless, useless job in the history of man? John Adams recorded it, and we just sit there stewing and steaming every day, wondering how he got stuck presiding over the affairs of the Senate, which, according to Adams, were some of the most boring moments of his life. I guess that the guys that are the gals that are the hosts of the Five are now talking over. So this is just people walking, and there's Barron. You can see them. You want to flip the? I wonder if you go to. Do you still have Trump's source pulled up on your on Twitter? Because I bet he has it without the inset. What's that?
He's just rebroadcasting C-SPAN.
Is it live?
Yep.
Yeah, here's what it looks like if you want to see out there on the YouTube.
This is what he's got.
Okay, so yes. And this is, of course, if we play C-SPAN, then they're going to... So you can see that they're going to their seats. I just wanted to show people what it actually looks like. So, because people are popping in and out of the live stream, we have to cut back away, because if you don't, they're going to. Yeah, thank you. We just found this out. I know 4 people that were going to stream coverage of the inauguration today. We're going to add their own commentary and stuff. Because about 10 minutes in, when it started in earnest, when they were making their way into the Capitol building and stuff, we got notices that we were rebroadcasting someone else's copyrighted material. And I'm going like, no, we're not. That's a C-SPAN feed. You don't own it. Nobody owns the pool feed, which is what we call it in the business. Nobody owns the pool feed from a public event like an inauguration. It's called fair use is what it would be covered under, but it's called it's public. It's public domain. That's public domain. Now, if you add something to it, or if you were to add or to accentuate something, well, then you can claim what you've added to it. But I started getting messages on my phone. Hey, KD, I see you're still up. YouTube has nuked our live video stream 3 times. And it's the same thing happened to us. Even when we took the video stream from President Trump, from his X.com feed, we didn't even take it off of the television, off of we actually have cable TV here, off the cable TV. It nuked us again. The only way, and the way we finally got around it, and finally beat it, was to just have me talk with the audio that was coming, or not me talk, and then to use still frames, and then to only flash the video up on the screen for less than a minute or so at a time, and then cut back to a still frame or to me. Let's go to Magdalene Rose on our Mike Church Show political affairs correspondent on our Dude Maker hotline. What's happening this afternoon?
I think there's a lot of excitement over what the executive orders will be, and also the fact that Joe Biden is gone. I mean, we have watched and reported on the last 4 years, but it has been an unmitigated disaster, and in a lot of ways, we've become numb to it. But the reaction from people around the world who are following along through Twitter and through other social media mediums is like, good luck, guys, because around the world, America has been viewed as this old, decrepit power with someone who has no idea what's going on at the helm. And a lot of countries, I think, are nervous because Trump's going to hold them accountable. But on the flip side of that, countries who want us to be strong, I think countries like Hungary, for example, are very happy to have Trump back in charge.
By the way, breaking news today, the former president of Planned Parenthood, who presided over the deaths and the murder of tens of millions of American babies, Cecile Richards, the daughter of Ann Ma Richards, the former governor of Texas. If you don't know Ann Ma Richards, she was the one at the 1992 Democrat convention where they nominated Bill Clinton, who gave us the famous line of, "We don't lie." Meaning Democrats don't lie, only Republicans lie. Cecile Richards, who was just a vile, disgusting, abhorrent human being. I hope that she had a conversion to the faith and was able to confess her wretched sins and indirectly or directly causing the killing of tens of millions of American children in the womb before she died today of brain cancer. Not a lot of people, this is not kind of like, not the way you want to go out and be remembered. That, hey, remember the old TV commercial? What do you want on your tombstone? Not sure what Celine Richard wanted on her tombstone. Now, Magdalene, back to your point. If you went to whitehouse.gov today, did you go?
I did, and it talks about how the golden age of America is back.
Yeah, but not just that. When you go to whitehouse.gov, if you go there for the first time, you're going to get this highlight reel film of Trump barnstorming the American countryside, and you'll see men in uniform acting as if they're men in uniform, and they're not at drag queen shows and making raunchy videos. You'll see a couple of actual
Super high-tech jet fighters.
As super high-tech jet fighters, American super high-tech jet fighters. You'll see Trump on the campaign trail, several places and stops, and then it'll fade to black, and then an image comes up of President Trump pointing, and it says, "America is back." And then it goes, and it has the departments there, the site. You know, what a great irony. You know, Joe Biden had all of the cool kids from Hollywood. He had all the Hollywood kill kids, all the producers, all of the influencers, all the digital media artists and the geniuses that put together all the great films of the last 20 years. They couldn't come up with anything like that. And here is the Trump transition team, which did all of this through their own private fundraising, gives life to the White House site. I also like the nice little touch. Did you catch it? Where the White House, where then after it goes to Trump and America's back, then it goes to a blue image. It's a blueprint basically, but it's in reverse. Instead of the print being in blue, it's in white on dark blue, and it's a line drawing of the White House. And at the top of the line drawing of the White House is a full-colored American flag.
But I think if you look at the Biden White House, rather, they could never produce things like that because Biden didn't do anything except make gaffes. And that's really been terrible for the American brand. And I've seen so many posts from accounts across Twitter from other countries saying, "Good job, America. You guys are really back now."
Yeah, and there was a tweet earlier today, Russian President Vladimir Putin saying on his own official, I guess it's through TASS or Russia Today, X.com feed, "Congratulations to President Trump for being sworn in as America's president. I look forward to working with him on peace." So here you had the Russian president, as Trump's being sworn in, going like, Donald, hi, Vlad here. Can't wait to have vodka come to U.S. or you come to Reykjavik. We have great big meeting. We discussed the taunted peace. We discussed getting out into it, putting into Ukraine war. We must put into all wars. Putin, the first one to extend the olive branch out there to Trump. Now, of course, Zelensky had come to the United States. He had gone and met with Trump somewhere. I don't think that went very well because Trump didn't come out and say anything about it. And for Putin to be the first one to come out and extend the olive branch. What else? There's something else that Trump said today at his second speech, not the first one that we had, the second one. What did he say, Magdalene? He said, I want to be remembered. I want to be a peace president.
He did. He said he wanted to be in peace. He wanted to be in unity. And you mentioned Zelensky. I think one of the reasons that he doesn't like Zelensky or Zelensky doesn't like him is because Trump accurately years ago said, this dude just comes here and gets money and leaves and nothing changes. He doesn't even lose more. Literally nothing changes. So I think that the understanding of the corruption of Zelensky, Trump was one of the very few people in the early starts of that war to really understand and to have an issue with, because he doesn't hate Putin enough for people who are against Putin to simply be okay, like someone like Liz Cheney or Lindsey Graham does.
And you can see now via live feed of Capital One Arena, you can see J.D. Vance and Usha Vance with their two children have arrived and they're going to their seats. And this is a lack of pomp and circumstance. J.D. carrying his little girl, Usha holding hands with their son, and the little girl's got Band-Aids. The little girl, Magdalene, you can relate to this, has Band-Aids on 3 of her fingers. There's her other 2 boys there, and as the Vances make their way into the arena and to their own seats here, as just kind of like normal, average, everyday American people. And here's Trump. President has arrived. And, of course, you can now see that President Trump is just shaking hands with whoever just happens to be on that aisle as he is walking down the steps to the stage level, or to the, I guess that would be the basketball court or hockey rink level. Trump, of course, talking to the people as he makes his way down. Melania still has the hat on. By the way, what did somebody describe that hat as? What did Barrett call it? Oh gosh, what was it? The 1930s. There's a character that she is reminding people of, like the Cloak and Dagger, the Spy versus Spy hat. And there's Trump holding up the executive order binder now, and going to make his way to the stage. Barron is already in his seat. So are Don Jr. and Ivanka and Eric and the rest of the Trump family. Again, live coverage here of the Capital One. This is going to be the executive order signing event. This is exciting, Magdalene. This is unlike anything that has ever been done before. You know, Biden signed a bunch of executive orders, but he didn't do it in public.
I think that's true, and I personally very much am interested to see who he's going to pardon, because he had promised to pardon a whole slew of libertarian people and leaders, and that's why a lot of libertarians voted for him. So if he pardons people who are locked up because of crypto issues or anything like that, he will really cement his libertarian following.
Yeah, I think he will cement his following as a populist if he pardons the J6ers. I think he should pardon all of them. The ones that are so-called violent offenders, time served. They were also shot at. All right, we're going to send it to the floor here, and we'll pick up with Magdalene after the executive orders have been signed. Here, live coverage of, and we have been here all day on the Crusade Radio Network. When news breaks out, the Mike Church Show breaks in. And it looks like Trump is actually going to speak as well. You know, with Barron Trump standing right there, to me, it doesn't look to me as though Don Jr. or Eric are going to be the ones that are going to follow if any of the boys get into politics, but it sure as heck looks to me like Barron. How old is Barron now, 19? He's 19. Of course, these people have waited there all day long.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
And I guess the color guard processing and is part of the parade, which they move from having outdoors into inside the Capital One Arena here. Live coverage here on the Crusade Radio Network. And there is the coat of Corey Comparatori, his helmet, and the flag from his Butler, Pennsylvania Fire Department. Followed by a corps of firemen, I assume from the Butler, PA Township Fire Department or the county, Butler County. And it says citizen leaders of Butler County, Pennsylvania is who it is that is leading the charge there for the firemen who are carrying the jacket, the coat, the fireman's coat of Corey Comparatori, who of course was killed.
Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide.
I will just drop in quickly. People think that it's impossible to have an indoor parade. They do it every year here in the city of New Orleans for what's called the Endymion Ball. The parade actually ends inside the New Orleans Convention Center, and the floats come right in, being pulled by the tractors right inside the convention center, and they just make just barricade enough space off for the floats to come through, and the riders throw beads and all of the other things that they normally do. So I've seen many parades that have been indoors.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori.
Of course, knowing that Corey Comparatori.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Was a father and a husband and a good Catholic. You could say a silent Our Father, a requiescat in parce, eternal rest grant unto him, O God, let perpetual light shine upon him.
And the show must go on, even though it is inside. This is not the inaugural parade that you're used to, but because of the weather, it has moved indoors. And so they're at Capital One Arena, just not too far from the White House here. And Jesse, you mentioned that as we look around the room, that it's like a State of the Union almost, because you have different representations of people, including the citizens and the civilians.
And joining
and the first
you live here with a coverage of the parade, which is happening inside the Capital One Arena. And we will switch our feeds now. This is the New York Military Academy, part of the procession.
Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists.
And if I could, this is just good old-fashioned parade. This is kind of parade that you would see going down Main Street in your little town on Memorial Day or on Veterans Day or on the 4th of July, with the police and the firemen and the military pomp and circumstance and the marching bands and all of that stuff here in honor of the inauguration of President Trump, who was on the stage in the executive orders. I counted 12 earlier that he is going to sign and is going to tell people what are on those executive orders as he signs them. Welcoming all of you that are listening on the Crusade Radio Network and out there watching on the Crusade, our live coverage on X.com, on YouTube, and on our own Roku channel. We have been breaking in and popping in and out all day long here, and we'll continue to do so here on the Crusade Radio Network. And, well, back to the parade.
Society Pipes and Drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. That hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
By the way, national championship game is tonight between Ohio State and Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish squaring off against the Ohio State Buckeyes in the national championship game tonight. I guess it starts at 9 Eastern, or I think it's 9 Eastern, or 8 Eastern, 7 Central. So here is J.D. Vance's alma mater, apparently, the marching band from his hometown school.
The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty.
funny just now when President Trump sat down. All of those around him breathed a heavy sigh of relief. We're like, thank the Lord! And they all sat down at the same time together. Live coverage, Mike Church here with you on the Crusade Radio Network. President Trump talking to J.D. Vance's son.
In the arena, let's cheer for him again, folks. From our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band.
By the way, when they showed the New York Military Academy earlier in the parade, a few people would make the connection. But your kind, humble host, Mike Church, here with you, host of the Mike Church Show, 6 to 9 a.m. right here on the Crusade Radio Network, and been with you all day long here. I have been with you the past 4 years for every Trump event. Every single one of them. So why would I miss today? President Trump went to the New York Military Academy as a young man in high school before he went to Wharton Business College. He went to the military academy. There's a picture of him marching in the Columbus Day Parade. So that is probably why they invited them. Now back to the live coverage here. Thanks for the tips you're leaving in the YouTube chat room. Appreciate it very much. Tap that dollar symbol there. Subscribe to the page and give us the thumbs up. And thank you in advance.
And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day.
And who are these guys with the bagpipes? Florida firefighters, pipes and drums. Now Trump is standing up, and they're all standing up looking like, oh, dude, why did you have to bring the flag back out? And again, the parade has been moved indoors because of the extreme cold. We're supposed to get colder and colder as the day wore on in Washington, with a wind chill of about 8 degrees right now outside, if they were outside. Just thought I would jump in with that because I saw the weather forecast for earlier today. For those that were in all manner of conspiracy theories over moving the parade indoors, moving
As the Florida fighter fighters, pipes and drums leave
the inauguration inside into the Capitol Rotunda.
Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
This is a huge parade, by the way. If you like parade, I like parades. If you like parades and marching bands, this is Christmas Day. Coverage here of the parade, which was moved indoors into the Capital One Arena here. Yes, President Trump will be signing the executive orders. I don't imagine that he was able to bring about a change of the order of events. And since all these bands traveled to Mordor to perform in the parade, and they just brought the parade indoors. So he'll start signing stuff as soon as the marching bands are done. So we'll go back live now to the coverage of, this is the Stewart's Creek High School from Stewart's Creek, Tennessee.
As the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itabita, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine.
The Mean Green Marching Machine.
They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th presidential inauguration.
Maggie has some experience in marching clubs and marching bands, so she is fired up about this. By the way, I just received an email from Catherine Leverett, the incoming press secretary for President Trump. The incoming press secretary for President Trump for immediate release to Trump's America First priorities. And you already heard some of these earlier today. I'm going to copy and paste this and put it into the chat room under the Drain the Swamp. And I am now reading from the email. President Trump is announcing an unprecedented slate of executive orders for rescission. Here it is right here. President Trump is planning for improved accountability of government bureaucrats. The American people deserve the highest quality service from people who love our country. The president will also return federal workers to work, as only 6% of employees currently work in person. As I understand rescission, that means cutting. He is also announcing a hiring freeze. No bureau can hire anyone new. And that is coming out. The president issue, and he will pause. He will freeze bureaucrat hiring except in essential areas to end the onslaught of useless and overpaid DEI activists buried into the federal workforce. I don't want you to just freeze the hiring. I want you to find out who they are, and I want you to fire them like they're on an episode of The Apprentice. And so do many other people. So y'all can all see under the Drain the Swamp area here. On the president's direction, the State Department will have an America First foreign policy. Trump is taking swift action to end the weaponization of government against political rivals and ordering all document retention as required by law. Trump is also ending the unconstitutional censorship by the federal government. No longer will government employees pick and require the erasure of entirely true speech. He's talking about Biden making phone calls to Zuckerberg and people in the White House making phone calls to news entities and social media companies. By the way, earlier today, all of the social media bigs were there. Bezos was there, Zuckerberg was there, Musk was there. Bezos owns the Washington Compost, Amazon Web Services, and of course Amazon. Zuckerberg, as you know, owns Instagram and Facebook. Musk, as you know, is now the owner of X. There probably were a few more of some of the other bigger platforms that were there as well. I just don't know the names of them. But to see all of them in it or near President Trump tells you that those people think that he means business and showed up to go like, hey man, don't come after me, bro. Don't tase me, bro. This is the marching band from Mississippi Valley State University. By the way, another email from Catherine Leverett that I just received. I hereby designate the following. These are Trump designates chairman and acting chairman. Brendan Carr, told you this was going to happen, by the way. Brendan Carr has been named the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. I don't know if there is time to stop Soros' purchase of the 200 radio stations. I know that Brendan Carr was not in favor of it. This also means that the Democrat that was head of the FCC is now not head of the FCC, and that the FCC will now have 3 Republicans, or at least 3, a majority of 2 Democrats if you have any on there. And if you don't think that that matters, yes, it matters. And Brendan Carr is he's an opponent of much of what the consolidation that has gone on. He certainly wanted to force George Soros's group to have to submit individual applications for the purchase of the radio stations that they purchased. Instead of just turning in one giant box filled with 200 applications, saying that we're all the same entity is buying all 200 stations, doesn't matter. Each one of them should have been approved independently. So just reiterating that, Mark Christie, chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, Henry Kerner, acting chairman of the Merit Systems Protection Board, Andrew Ferguson, chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, Marvin Kaplan, chair of the National Labor Relations Board, David Wright, chair of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Mark Uyeda, acting chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Andrea Lucas, acting chair of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Just get rid of it. Abolish the damn thing. You want a rescission? Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of the damn EEOC. That's the original DEI Bureau. Travis Hill, acting chairperson of the board of directors of the FDIC. Kyle Hauptman, chair of the National Credit Union Administration Board. Peter Kirsanov, chairman of the United States Commission on Civil Rights. And then Jeffrey Hall, chair of the Farm Credit Administration Board, Farm Credit Administration, whatever that is. Patrick Fuchs, chair of the Surface Transportation Board, and Louis E. Sola, chairman or chair of the Federal Maritime Commission. Those are the appointments that have been announced today. Back to the festivities at the Capital One Arena as we await Trump to give his address and then to sign those executive orders that are laying on that desk there.
The Mean Green Marching Machine from Edabina, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen.
Keep hearing Boondale Suave. Folks, we don't control the order of the marching bands, and I imagine that the inauguration committee had more control and sway over this than Trump did. And again, you're not going to invite all of these young people in these bands to come to Mordor and then tell them that they don't get the chance to march in front of the president. For all of you that are squawking and griping about, you just need to get to sign an executive order. Look, I agree. But that wouldn't be cool. And if your kid was in one of those bands, yeah, but I want the border to... Those are, look, it's probably a formality that he signs those things. They're probably already, like, actually signed. This is the show version of the signing. I don't hear any more drums beating.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Okay, I believe now they are going to get about the business of getting Trump introduced and getting him down there to sign those executive orders here on the Crusade Radio Network. Live coverage, we have been here with you all day since 6 o'clock this morning. All day. Glad to have done it. All right, here we go.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region. His vision and determination have also brought historic progress to the region. Represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly. Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region. Represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly. Have also brought historic progress to the region. Represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly. Have also brought historic progress to the region. Represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me,
All right,
is
we're having
straightforward
a
yet
little bit
profoundly
of
challenging. To turn his
difficulty. By the way, we are grabbing the feed from @RealDonaldTrump on X.com. And I would imagine that at this stage of the game in the afternoon, many people now being off work and can actually get to the feed or can get to Twitter or can get to YouTube or true social media, or whatever the case may be, that they are now taking advantage of that so that they can get to this feed and they can listen to and watch the signing ceremony, President Trump, as he signs his executive order. Steve Witkoff is now speaking and talking about how hostages were released this morning. Okay, so you're still getting a loop. We'll go to the television feed now. This is the Fox News feed.
These that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
It's just me thinking out loud how here. I bet most of these people didn't vote for Trump. And that's fine. I'm not pointing it out to rub it in, but that didn't stop him from negotiating and having Steve Witkoff negotiate that deal to make sure that those people would be released, their loved ones. And that just speaks mountains about President Donald John Trump, who we can now say is POTUS 47, not president-elect. The inauguration happened earlier today. If you missed it, we will have all the highlights for you on tomorrow morning's Mike Church show here on the Crusade Radio Network. And hoping many of you, we've been doing this for, as I said, since August or July of 2015. Certainly, we committed to covering the entirety of the Biden regime, the Biden assault on Trump and his family, and on his businesses, and the use of lawfare to try to prevent him from for running for president again. And again, the picture you see there, he is meeting, or that you were seeing there, he is meeting with some of the surviving or some of the family members of hostages that are going to be released, and some of them, they're just asking for their remains. For the remains of their loved ones to be returned. So, Mike Church here with you. As we await now after this ceremony, I imagine that there will be another speaker or two, and then Trump will be introduced, and he can go down to that desk and sign those executive orders as he is going to sign them. We're going to go back to the live arena here on the Crusade Radio Network. Thanks to Stephen Giammarisi for making a great donation in the Crusader Stadium chat room. Please keep them coming here, folks. We work for tips. You can also tap that dollar symbol there on the YouTube, or just give us a thanks. Say a prayer for us. Subscribe to the channel. Give us a thumbs up. Thanks to all of you. It's been our pleasure to cover all this. Looks like Trump is making his way down now. I guess he's going to go shake hands with the...
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Let's
Thank
go.
you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages, not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. They love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy.
I just recounted their 10 executive orders. That's Don Jr. that he is going out as Don.
He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
Look at Barron. I'm telling you, he is the future. He is his daddy. My Lord, look at that boy. Look at the poise. Look at him holding his If you're listening to this on radio, Barron was holding his hand up to his ear like, can't hear you. I can't hear. What?
Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right, Aaron? They were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one. How about Kai? Stand up, Kai.
This is Don Jr.'s little daughter who gave the speech at the RNC about her grandpa.
Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up.
Kai Trump plays golf.
What a future this one has.
Future governor of Florida, I hear.
What a future.
That's what Don Enrico tells me.
That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do.
Sign those
orders. We're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74%.
Gee, I wonder
because
why.
they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, it stops.
The CBP app basically is shut down, by the way.
So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone.
Yeah! Do it!
Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement?
No tax on tips.
I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really.
Oh, this is what we paid for, folks.
So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips.
Fire them all, Trump.
We may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind, big ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore. They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff.
Yes! Do it, Trump.
The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. And I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith?
No.
You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today.
There you
Sir,
go.
don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city. Nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore.
You're not going to put up with that crap anymore.
And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world.
By the way, the Senate is voting on the confirmation of Marco Rubio right now.
Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Biden. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents. You know, we had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh?
Monster.
That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. Never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens. Because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
And now President Trump making his way over to that desk. If you go to whitehouse.gov, they are like on it. As soon as he signs these things, they'll put them up on the site, and you can see what each one of them does. And, of course, the one that is going to undo the windmills and the one that is going to basically freeze the hiring and then force the bureaucrats back to work, and the other one that he spoke of. These are all part of the rescission process, which is to do what he can do to roll back some of what Biden did. He also said he's undoing 86 previous executive orders by Biden. So back to the Trump who is now signing.
Decisions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it that?
This is the rescission.
You want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions,
78.
executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir.
There it is, the famous term. Show the signature. Yes.
The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration.
Which one was that?
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Hiring freeze. Ronald Reagan did this in 1981, by the way.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately.
Yes! Look at the roar from that crowd. They don't like bureaucrats, and neither do I.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
Not sure what they can do about that, but every little bit helps. I want one of those Sharpies. By the way, your friends at Fox News are just bailed on this whole thing. They got Brit Hume talking over Trump. This one is to withdraw from the Paris Climate Treaty. You're hearing it all live here, folks, as President Trump is doing it, right here on the Crusade Radio Network and the Mike Church Show. So proud to have all of you with us today. So happy. What a great day for America.
Over $1 trillion. We're going to save over $1 trillion.
I want a
We're going to
pen,
save over
BK.
$1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty.
About $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. Thank you, President Trump.
And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty.
Yeah, tell the UN, as Shunkbon calls it, the UN. Tell the UN to go pound sand. I love the way this guy's going. Sir, the next one, sir, is...
Woo! Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward.
There you go. This is why we did it. folks.
And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
There you go. He's signing the pardons for the J6ers at the Oval Office. What a day.
Thank you very much, sir.
It was worth the
Appreciate
wait.
it. Pretty fun job.
He's throwing pens to the crowd. Only Trump. And they're going like, no, don't throw anything at him. Oh, they're beating each other up to try to get these pens. It's like the T-shirt launcher. You're fired, you're fired, you're fired. What are they chanting? Oh, USA, USA. And the crowd goes wild. Take it in, folks. Take it in. Welcoming all of you that are joining us here on the stream. Lots of action on the Crusade Radio Network YouTube channel stream. Some people coming into the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. You know, we do this every single day here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're going to go ahead and kill that. What's that? Yeah, this is the culmination of day one. This is day one. Day one? Yes, day one. We began this quest pretty much on January the 20th, 2021, when Biden was installed in the first coup that ever actually installed a president in the United States. We didn't know what was going to happen to President Trump in the interim. He might go softly into that good night. He did go back to Mar-a-Lago for about 3 months. He was not heard from. You didn't hear much out of him. And then he slowly began to start making some public appearances and talking about some of the things, the wretched things that the Biden regime was doing. But it wasn't until he started hinting that this guy was so terrible of a president that he might just have to run again in 2024 that the fireworks really began. And the fireworks really began with the implication that somehow the FBI was investigating President Trump for violation of the Presidential Records Act. Does everybody remember this? And it was being said that why he's violated this act, and we're going to get in there, and they're going to subpoena him, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. I remember Judge Napolitano saying, yeah, they're actually going to get him here, and here's the law, and yeah, he probably did do it, didn't realize he was doing it, and they're going to get him. And this is where it all began in 2020. This is probably in early 2023. By June of 2023, of course, the FBI and the lawfare has all been marshaled, and the prosecutions and persecutions have begun. The J6ers are being hounded, are being tracked down. Biden uses the Sky Marshals to track and to actually follow little old blue-haired ladies who are going to the airport and what have you because they were at the Capitol in 010621. You know all the story about that, but President Trump finally gets targeted in this when the FBI raids his home in Mar-a-Lago in June when he's not there in June of 2023. And the rest, as they say, is history. You know, and as we had committed to opposing and to doing all we could do on radio and television to fight the Biden regime, and we did. We fought the jab. We fought the jab mandates with all of you. We never were down with any part of the COVID response. None of it. Not from February and January of 2020. But when President Trump made it known that he was intending to run again for the White House, and that he was going to make an earnest effort into undoing the horrors of the Biden presidency, I made the decision that as a radio broadcasting company, and as I, the owner and the founder, that I was all in. For various reasons, which we have been explaining over the air. And you know, at the beginning of last year, we syndicated our members-only radio program to the terrestrial radio world. By the middle of the year, in June, we were daily live on our brand new YouTube channel and on X.com and on Rumble. We are still here today on YouTube. Thanks to all of you that are watching. Welcome aboard. We do this every day, and we have. And I want to read something that a friend of mine sent me earlier today. And Jonathan, I want to thank you for sending this along because you didn't have to do it. And somebody said to this, several people have said this to me. I don't do what I do here for accolades or for any of what you think. I certainly don't do it for clicks and likes. I do it because I love broadcasting. I love the art of media. I love the art of radio. I love the art of television. I love the art of creating 3 hours of something out of nothing. And I also love the art of telling the truth. And I love American history. I love world history. I love Catholic history. I just like history. I love entertainment. I love comedy. I love doing all of this, and I love doing all of it for you. I never asked for anything other than support. Support. So when I get a message like this from someone that I admire and I respect, it means an awful lot. Hey, Mike, in case no one has said it, thanks for your role in helping Trump get reelected. It may never go recognized, but it no doubt collectively moved the needle. And Jonathan, I'm just going to call you out. Jonathan, oh, thank you, brother. That means everything. You're not alone. Other people have sent me similar messages. And you don't have to send me one. I'm okay. People say, well, KingDude, I heard you say that you may not be on the air in February. I got to say that to goose you guys. To goose you guys. And of course, you know, that clock is cursed. That damn machine in that other room is run by Satan. It's freaking cursed. I set that thing so it couldn't go off until 6. And it is 6. It's 6. Well, I got carried away. I thought Trump, I didn't think he was going to go beyond 6. In any event, we did what we did, and we committed last year that we were going to cover the campaign like no one has ever covered it on TV and radio. Because no one can do what I can do. Which is I can be the commentary, I can be the editorialist, I can be the news anchor guy, I can be the tech guy, I can do all of these things. I'm happy to do it. And what do you guys think? During the last year, you know, and remember, at the beginning of last year, about this time last year, dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds of formerly loyal members of the Crusader Nation walked out on us. Said I was the biggest hypocrite fraud in the history of hypocrite frauds. I had betrayed the Catholic faith. I had betrayed them. I had betrayed friendships and all that. Because all I decided to do was it's going to be a huge year in American politics and campaigning. Let's cover the campaign. Let's cover politics. And that's what we did. We were here with you. You started with the New Hampshire primary, the Iowa caucuses, all the way through all of the South Carolina primaries, the Republican debates. We aired them all. We broadcast the whole thing. We were there for the debate with Biden. We were there for all of Trump's courts appearances. We broadcast the whole thing. We were there on air and like in 6 minutes after Trump was shot at by Thomas Crooks, and have been here for every event, including the debates with Trump and the Shape and everything that has happened here. And now to come here today and to watch that signing ceremony and to watch those things happen, it was all worth it. Are we all going to get everything that you ever want from President Trump? No, you're not. No, nobody's perfect. Nobody's even going to come close to being perfect. Hell, I say if you get in the high 50s, low 60s, you're doing pretty freaking good. Well, I think he'll be in the high 50s. He might even be in the low 70s. As to the things you heard him do today, I would have repealed the Paris Accords. Withdraw. There's also going to be repeals and regulations like on washing machines and stuff like that. I just want to say, because, look, we're going to wrap it up here today. It's been a joy and a pleasure for 33 years being here with you. We'll celebrate year number 34 in April, God willing. This is going to be, I think, fun. Somebody said, Mike, you need to stop doing the Crusade channel and do the Mike Church show and just work hard at being you. And maybe you can take advantage of some of what you have done and enjoy it. I want to enjoy it, but I don't want to leave any stone unturned, and I want to be here for every step of what is about to unfold. Which, I bet you if Ronald Reagan were still alive, Ronald Reagan would be going, well, that's what I tried to do, and Godspeed to you, Trump. I hope you get it. Well, I hope he gets it, too. I hope he becomes a Catholic, too. Yeah, I said that out loud. Got to say it a lot. I prayed the joyful mysteries for him this morning. I hope you did, too. And you should pray the sorrowful mysteries tomorrow and then the glorious ones. Folks, it's a new era. I told you on November the 6th, something changed. People began to change. It was almost like being a part of a little small town America from maybe the 1950s or early 1960s with the parade and with the pomp and circumstance. And then, you get lit up here with this guy that comes on stage and says, we're not taking this crap anymore. We're not taking this crap anymore. This is the president of the United States, and we're not taking this crap. Me and you. Well, let's not take it. So I'm going to sign off for now. We'll see you in 12 hours. A mere 12 hours here on the Crusade Radio Network. Thanks to all of you that tuned in and watched. Look, become a Founders Pass member. Subscribe to the channel at crusadechannel.com/offer. The greatest compliment you could pay us for our work is to let us know that you actually think it's worth some of your hard-earned money. That's the greatest thing. Or sending a note saying, like, couldn't afford to subscribe, but here, said a prayer for you guys. Same thing. That's the greatest thank you that you could ever provide. We're going to rejoin our regularly scheduled programming here now. Thanks for being with us here today. God bless President Trump. I think a great first day, probably the greatest first day in American presidential history, or at least since George Washington put his hand on that Bible and we began this journey here as members of these United States. We'll see you here tomorrow. God bless you and Mary keep you in. God bless America.